Hello and welcome to the Dark Montana Timeline Part 2. Part 1 covered from the 1800s all the way up till the 1950s, ending in the Man Gulch tragedy. Today's video is going to start in the 1950s and end with modern day. Now these are the only stories that I've covered on my channel. I'm going to add to these stories and cover more and more things in the future and eventually make another Dark Montana Timeline video, but this is just what I've covered in the first year and a half of Montana After Midnight being live. Below I have timestamped every single video topic, so if you want to skip around and find the stories that you really care about, you can do that in the description. Now with this being a compilation of all my videos, if you're a religious watcher of Montana After Midnight, you've probably seen everything. But if you're new, I guarantee that you're going to be fascinated with the interesting Montana history that's covered on this channel, and I highly recommend liking the video and then subscribing so you get recommended more Montana After Midnight to satiate your YouTube watching appetite. That being said, I did cut out all the fluff from the videos since this is a compilation, so you don't have to worry about me asking you to subscribe and like the video every single time the video switches, but I do ask that you do it right now if you wouldn't mind. Anyway, I will catch up with you guys at the very end of this 4-hour long video. What's up, guys? We had to call in CIA on this one. We're talking about UFOs, flying saucers, and of course, nuclear missiles. So I hope you guys are excited to watch this video. Before we talk about the UFOs that occurred in Montana, which apparently Montana is a hot zone for UFOs, flying saucers, anything extraterrestrial, which I didn't know when I started this YouTube channel. So today I'm doing a whole video just on aliens. That's why I had to dress up, get all cute for you guys in my CIA uniform. Yes, this is an Ariat rodeo shirt, but it's, you know, the best we could do. I may also have thrifted this tie. Before we talk about Montana, we need to talk about the June 24th, 1947 Kenneth Arnold sighting. Now, this was a Boise salesman, Boise, Idaho. Kenneth Arnold reported seeing 9 dish-shaped objects flying near Mount Rainier. His trip was leaving from Boise all the way to around Mount Rainier, and this was the first time that anyone ever identified anything disc-like or flying saucer-like, and his description to the media is actually where the term flying saucer started, all the way back in 1947. After this story, UFO sightings skyrocketed, and there was about 800 reports between June and December of 1947 all about UFOs and flying saucers. Another thing we need to talk about is the Cold War. And I'm not talking about Call of Duty. We're talking about the real Cold War, where tensions were super high between Russia and the US. The global superpowers were going head to head, and this was a little bit before the space race, but tensions were high, and airspace control and national security was in a little bit of question, and people really were kind of on edge. So in Montana, there was a numerous amount of UFO sightings, and I actually talked about this a little bit in my Cattle Mutilations video, which is a video about all these mysterious cattle deaths that I think is probably one of my favorite videos that I've made so far, so I'll give it some love after this. But basically, people were reporting a whole bunch of aircrafts, whether it be UFOs, government helicopters, all this kind of stuff in the area, and this goes all the way back to the 1940s, but it was super prevalent in the 1970s. For example, one woman in Helena claimed that she saw a UFO just while sunbathing. This is during midday, out in the sun, and she's seeing a flying object. Now, one key piece of information that you need to keep in mind is that today we have things in the sky all the time. We have constant satellites. You sit up in a weaker zone of a meteor shower and you're just staring at the sky. You're going to see like 20 satellites today just constantly whizzing by. But back in the day, there were no satellites. Russia and the US both didn't make it to space yet. There were still commercial aircrafts and planes flying around, but those were a little bit more obvious, and not to the extent that we have today. So when people saw UFOs back then, it was a little bit creepier, as in, what the heck is in the sky right now? We don't have anything like that. There is no space technology. This is kind of weird. So when the US government started looking into these unidentified objects, they were really worried about foreign threats and technology coming from other countries that would pose a little bit of a scary situation for the US. Think of the Chinese balloon that was found in Montana. Shoot, maybe I should make a video about that. But basically just worrying about foreign countries, aka Russia, or anyone kind of aligned with the communist revolution, sending in these UFOs, unidentified objects. Just because it's a UFO doesn't necessarily mean, especially back then, that it has to be aliens. UFO is literally just an object that we can't explain. So the government decided to do a couple investigations. Project Sign of 1947, then there was also Project Grudge of 1949. Both were U.S. Air Force investigations created to analyze UFO reports. They pretty much concluded that there was no evidence of a national security threat and that all of these UFOs typically were rationally explainable. You see something flying way up in the sky, and maybe it's a weather balloon, maybe the conditions were bad, maybe it was dark out, could have been a shooting star. Most of these things are pretty explainable, but not every single one of them. Also, needs to be said, anything unexplainable or UFO related, people are going to say, me and my boys at the CIA or the Air Force or the government is covering up a little bit of it. Now, of course, as an inside operative, I can't disclose any of our files or say anything that's classified, but I'll have you know that we cover up nothing. And all of our reports are extremely legit. The CIA also created a Robertson panel. This was in 1953, and this panel re-examined notable UFO footage and cases, including one that I'm going to be talking about later. This was the Great Falls film, or the Montana film, and this concluded that the film in question was a complete unknown. So the case that we're going to be talking about was not ruled out by the CIA at all. AKA, it wasn't a bird, it wasn't a plane, it wasn't a weather balloon. We have no idea what the heck this is, and this kind of builds into this really interesting case where even the government, the CIA, says, we don't know what the heck this thing is. And this was back in the day when you weren't really faking film. You weren't just going on Photoshop doing all these things. This is right when people just started getting their own film cameras. So it was kind of a big deal that this guy, Nick Mariana, filmed a UFO and we don't know what the heck it is. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this Nick Mariana guy and this legendary Great Falls film. Now, if you didn't know, this was the first ever recording of a UFO. Not necessarily the first ever recorded sighting of a UFO. I made the mistake of looking that up, and that falls back into like the 1600s, actually, where some guy just looked up into the stars and wrote in his journal, I saw this weird thing in the sky. Oh, first recorded UFO. Now, this was the first recording of a UFO, which is why it's so significant, and it's so interesting that this happened in Great Falls, Montana. I had no idea that the first ever recording on film of a UFO happened in Montana, and it fits perfectly with my channel. Nick Mariana was a graduate, so I personally believe everything that he has to say. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Was born in Myles City and was a well-known individual in Montana and especially Great Falls. He worked for an independent Great Falls minor league baseball team called the Selectrics, which then became the Electrics, and eventually, due to the story, would become the Voyagers, which is, you know, like Voyagers, aliens coming into, I don't know, voyage the Earth. Kind of cool. Now, one day, Mariana was wandering the grandstands and looked over to the north of the field where he saw these two flashing, shining objects hover overing the refinery, and these objects were spinning. Apparently, there was a piece of the object kind of sticking out. So imagine a circle with a line sticking out, and he could follow that line around, seeing that these things were spinning. From that moment, he knew that he had something on his hands, probably remembering the Rainier story and all these 800 UFO sightings that are just blowing up around the US at the time. So he went and he grabbed his 16mm movie film camera and he recorded these shining lights. Now, Mariana was very interested in getting this film credited in being this huge historical UFO sighting, so he went to the Air Force, but they insisted that what he filmed was probably just some fighter jets flying through the sky, But Mariana knew that this was not true because he saw those fighter jets a few minutes after he filmed the UFOs. So while the Air Force was saying, no, you just filmed fighter jets, he's like, no, I saw the UFOs and then I saw the fighter jets. You guys got it wrong. Believe me, I'm a UM graduate. Believe me, I believe you. So from there, Mariana sent the video to Chicago and met with a couple news outlets that would talk about his UFO sighting. And he showed the video to anyone that would look at it, including the Air Force, like I said, who previously just dismissed his video, saying that it was just fighter jets. He actually allowed them to take the film, which nowadays people wouldn't probably just give up their only film of this historical UFO incident, but he actually did back in the day, and they promptly lost the video. But it was only for a short time. After Mariana kind of poked around and asked enough questions, he eventually got the film back, but a piece of the film was actually cut out, at least according to Mariana. Besides that, the Air Force claimed that the film was simply too dark for anything to be made out, which is kind of clearly untrue if you watch the film, and it happened during the daytime. A little silly response from them. And they didn't say what it was, but they said it is definitely not a weather balloon. Now, like I mentioned, when Mariana got his film back, a chunk of it was removed. The missing chunk was apparently the most crucial piece of evidence for this UFO, which instead of showing the UFOs just kind of whizzing by, the flying saucers were hovering over an industrial plant in the Great Falls area, and you got a really good detailed shot of these UFOs. This was missing. So basically the coolest, most important piece of the video went missing as soon as the government got their hands on it. Also, it's important to say that multiple people who saw the film, because Mariana was going around showing everyone before he ended up sending it to the Air Force, everyone agreed that the film was altered by the Air Force. Everyone's like, this is not right. A piece of it was definitely cut out. Originally, like I said, he filmed like 30 seconds of it. What he got back was like 18 seconds, and what exists on YouTube is like 18 seconds. From there, he made duplicates and actually gave the Air Force and military and other news outlets copies of this film. Now, something really sad is that nowadays the original film of this UFO sighting is completely gone. We have no idea where it is. Maybe it's in Mariana's grave. He took it all the way there with him. We just have no idea, and the only thing that exists today are those copies, and those copies are made up of the film that was apparently already altered by the Air Force. Now, with all the hype around these UFOs, a Hollywood producer wanted to make a movie, and he called it simply Unidentified Flying Objects. And Mariana was actually interviewed, and you can go watch it on YouTube right now. It's definitely an interesting video, and you get his first-hand account of what's going on with the first ever recorded UFO incident. Something of note is that this story really took off after this interview, and it became national news, not just Great Falls or Montana news. In 1950, True magazine made an article called Flying Saucers Are Real, and this is where the idea of flying saucers or UFOs coming from outer space really kind of started to take off. Now, like I mentioned, this was pre-Cold War, beginning Cold War tensions, and a lot of people's first concern wasn't that aliens were coming down to mutilate their cattle and spy on a Great Falls baseball team, but the fear was actually that there are these foreign entities. Let's take Russia. It's kind of the bad guy at the time. We'll take Russia, and they were trying out these new fancy technologies, and for whatever reason, they're spinning flying saucers. But yeah, so this Flying Saucers Are Real True magazine article was where the idea that aliens are coming down and they are harvesting our cattle or something. And this was also the beginning of government is covering everything up. That's where the kind of debate is like, is the government lying, man? Are they lying, dude? They could be lying about this stuff, man. Aliens are coming down, dude. They're coming down to get you. You probably already got your mom. She's not your mom. She's an alien. She's the thing, dude. Yeah, so it was this True magazine thing that really started people not believing the government and believing in aliens. In 1966, the Air Force was done with all the controversy, and the cover-up stigma and people not believing them and thinking that aliens are coming down and the government's trying to just keep it down, put in Area 51, man. So they had 20 scientists study around 90 cases, whose main goal was to dispose of the idea that there was these outer space aircrafts that were coming down to the US. Side note, at the same time, Mariana's secretary starts claiming that he actually pressured her to go along with his story, but at the same time does not discount the record of flying saucers. She does not totally disband it, but she does plant a little seeds of doubt, which is a little weird. We're kind of still in the middle of the air here. She's not saying this whole thing was faked. She's just saying, I felt a little pressure to go along with what my boss man was telling me to do. Now, these scientists, after reviewing the footage, actually concluded that the objects in the film were moving around 600 miles per hour, and they still couldn't be identified by anything logical. One scientist even said that out of all the cases that they were investigating, remember it's around 90, that this case was the most concerning or convincing one. Do with that what you will. There's even a rumor at one point that the Air Force offered Mariana $10,000 to just stop talking about the flying saucers and let it die. But Mariana never stopped talking about them. He talked about his film to the day he died. That's the day. This story is still a big deal for Montana and especially Great Falls, as the Great Falls baseball team, as I mentioned earlier, changed their name to the Great Falls Voyagers, which was a subtle nod / Easter egg to this early UFO history that took place right in their baseball stadium. Now, every head must bow and every tongue must confess. I did get a lot of this research from a YouTube video, which was actually a lecture that was held by the Montana Historical Society. And I want to point out a couple funny things that I got from this. One, the speaker did a pretty great job just kind of talking about the story. I really enjoyed listening to the full hour of what was going on. But he did start off by saying that he is a skeptic, and he did realize that these are UFOs, unidentified objects, but it kind of harkens back to the time before people just assumed everything in the sky was aliens, where he's like, I don't think it's aliens. He's like, this is real. This is a real thing that was recorded. The video is like real. We think the government tampered with it, or at least, you know, supposedly. But let's not just say that there's little green men running around everywhere. And he kind of says that, logical take. Am I a government plant? Yes, but I say that's a pretty logical take. One thing that I found hilarious is at the end of his lecture, he opened up the room for questions. All 3 or 4 questions that he got, which one of them wasn't even a question. Like the guy starts off by being like, I don't have a question, I just have a couple comments. I respect you. I think your opinion's wrong. No, aliens really do exist. These are aliens. I have evidence for it. You know, and I got to the point where he was just talking about how aliens exist for so long that I had to skip. I was like cringing out, like he's in a room full of people. A guy just gave a lecture about like a historical thing that happened, but like, hey, let's not talk about aliens. And then he's just like, hey, but what about aliens? You know, hey, what about aliens though? And then like the other 3 questions were all about like, so what do you think about this situation that also involved aliens, huh? And he was just like, I don't think about it at all, because I don't believe in aliens. It was just a funny way to end that video. And the speaker also talks about our next case that happened in 1967, which was the Maelstrom nuclear missiles being shut down by a UFO. And in his opinion, it's all baloney. It's kind of bogus. He doesn't believe it, but we're going to go over the facts and I'm going to let you think about it. Let's get into the Maelstrom missile crisis of 1967. It wasn't really a crisis. I mean, it was solved in a day, but shit gets weird. On March 16th, 1967, all missile sites in the Echo Flight underground complex shut down completely with no-go indications for seemingly no reason. And while there were rumors that there were UFOs in the vicinity that actually caused these shutdowns, the Air Force was quick to come in saying that there was no evidence of this and the shutdown was purely a power shortage. Now, what was really concerning at the time with these no-go messages and the nuclear missile shutdown is these missiles weren't meant to turn off. They were supposed to stay on since the moment they were booted up. And no one really knew what was going to happen when they rebooted, and they pretty much rebooted as if they were turned on for the first time, luckily. But, like I said, the Air Force vehemently said that there was no UFO incident and it was only shut off due to a fairly normal power outage. So the Maelstrom Air Force Base was right next to Great Falls, but it had a whole bunch of different missile sites. And these missile sites were labeled with different military names. So Echo was Site E, and then there was also Site Alpha and Site Bravo, all the different letters of the alphabet, but it was Site Echo that actually went dark. Now, while there was no public outroar about a UFO or unidentified object from a foreign military or extraterrestrial, decades later, the story did change with a Robert Salas, who was 26 at the time that he worked as an Air Force lieutenant during the 1967 missile shutdown, and he went public challenging their decision, and he says that there is a report of a UFO that happened that night. According to Salas, he was assigned in the underground capsules underneath the complex, and that at one point during the night, a security guard on the surface told him to report that there were unidentified strange objects doing weird maneuvers right above the complex. Moreover, later in the night, different guards reported red lights over a gate that was the entrance to the Echo site of the missile complex. Just minutes later, all of the nuclear missiles went completely offline, causing the Echo site 1967 panic. And these red lights apparently disappeared soon after the nukes were all turned off, and it took a whole day to get the nukes back online. And like I said previously, it was a pretty scary situation once all of our nuclear missiles were turned off. Not only was it the Cold War era where maybe Russia could have been interfering with our missiles planning to attack us, but also the fact that what is going to happen when these nukes that were never supposed to be turned off got turned off. And if there was no UFO involvement, could it be something as simple as a power outage that disables all of our nukes? There are many questions from this night, but the biggest one came from Salas, who brings up the fact that there were multiple reports of UFOs flying around in the sky right over that base moments before the missiles were turned off, and then those lights/UFOs all disappeared. Now, it's important to say that Salas claims to not be some kind of UFO junkie, and he doesn't suggest alien involvement right away, but he simply wants answers to what occurred that night, similar to our story that took place at the baseball field with UFOs just kind of flying by. Not necessarily aliens right away, but we just need to know what the heck actually happened. Now, Salas actually authored multiple books after his 1996 interview with the Tribune, and in 2005, he wrote The Faded Giant. And by this time, he speculated that the government was covering up evidence of extraterrestrials in order to exploit their weapons and their technology. Now, this is a far cry from what he was quoted as saying before, not being someone that is a UFO fanatic and doesn't believe that aliens are the cause, to now writing in his book, about 9 years later, that the government is covering up alien weapons and technology. Now, like I said, the official response from the Air Force is to publicly deny any connection between the missile shutdown and UFO reports, and there have been a lot of technical explanations, from a simple power outage to electrical malfunctioning and software anomalies, but no definitive cause was ever established. And for years, the event was classified and largely ignored from official documentation, which is pretty crazy for some nukes to be turned off for an entire day out of nowhere. So the UFO turning off nuke story really blew up in the media, although it only really came out in the 90s, much later after the 1967 incident actually occurred. Now, well, our first case involved a recording of these bright lights that were spinning, flying saucers in the sky that can't really be explained by other means. This story, because it's just hearsay, word of mouth, there are a lot of skeptics with it, and a lot of people not flat out calling Salas a liar, but they say that he probably is remembering wrong. And at the time, there were a lot of UFO sightings in the area, although none of them lined up with the exact date that the nukes went offline. So years later, there is a feasible story where he took a UFO sighting that happened around the time and the nukes being powered off, and then combining those two stories together unintentionally. At least that's what the skeptics say. But for the most part, all of them agree the US government found that there was no UFO sighting that day, despite Salas saying that there was official reports of UFOs being there. Now, interestingly, there is a Pentagon official explanation of what happened that day with the missiles mysteriously turning off. That wasn't just some software issue or an electrical power outage, but something much more interesting, although not quite out of this world. In 2025, the Pentagon declassified new information that indicated that the Echo flight missile shutdown was caused by a test of an electromagnetic pulse, otherwise known as an EMP device, which is honestly pretty freaking cool. A book that I'm reading right now is actually called 1 Second After, and it's all about basically nuclear fallout, but what if they blew up the bombs in space, which basically caused a huge EMP and all of technology was shut down. So it's kind of cool that I'm reading that book right now, and then apparently what caused all these nukes to be powered off, or these missiles to be powered off, was the fact that an EMT was being tested in the area and it turned them off. However, is this just a more elaborate cover-up to the fact that there could have been a UFO in the area and Salas actually had it right all along? Who am I to say? Now feels like a good time to kind of take off all this stuff and have a real moment with you guys. And I think what has to be said here is that both Salas and Mariana had fairly reasonable stories, or at least the stories around these UFOs started off super reasonable, and as time went on, these stories seemed to get more and more extreme, with more aliens having to be involved. Now, even back at the time with the first UFO ever being recorded on film, it wasn't necessarily something that had to do with aliens, but then, you know, throughout time, flying saucers are real in different publications, it seemed more and more like a government psyop. The government is controlling the news. They are covering up all of these alien findings, and UFOs are real and they're from another planet. But back in the day, before, you know, this alien UFO craze, it was more of just like, what's going on up in the sky? What are these phenomenons that we can't explain? And before we had that distinct target to aim to, it seemed like they could have been anything, especially with that first case. But soon those flying saucers all kind of got pushed into the same, oh, it's the alien, it's that green guy, it's the thing, it's that thing, dude. And that's just such an interesting for someone that, you know, I, believe it or not, I was not around back then. And whenever you think of UFOs, it's all aliens now. But back in the day, like, there could be unidentified aircraft and, oh, it's the Russians. It's not aliens, it's the Russians. Or it's something else completely. The imagination can just absolutely go wild. But I will say that Nick Mariana and Robert Salas both seem to be men that may have actually witnessed or gone through something, but then also kind of needed their narrative to be as big and as best and the biggest, coolest thing ever, either writing books about it or hopping on documentaries. And clearly it left a super big impact because the whole nuke shutdown thing was a huge story. And then, you know, the Great Falls baseball team became the Voyagers because of this awesome epic story. And there is, I'm sure, some truth to both of these, although is there little green men that are involved? I work for the CIA and I'm a UM graduate, so I would never tell a lie, and I just don't buy it personally. But, you know, I've been wrong many times. If you watch my smoke jumping video, the one I just put out, I spelled Man Gulch Glutch the entire video. So, yeah, I've been wrong before, but I don't know if there's aliens flying around. Can I also say for a second the fact that the government is now saying that it was an EMP that turned off the nukes is pretty freaking cool. Like, that's a pretty massive weapon, and the fact that they were testing it out, almost like it's Call of Duty Zombies or something. Like, they're, oh yeah, we're testing out this huge new weapon. It's classified, it's under wraps, but we accidentally turned our own nukes off by using this weapon. Or maybe they turned the nukes off on purpose to see if EMPs could turn off nukes. Okay, now I'm getting too conspiratorial. Also, I'm saying nukes and missiles, and I know it's a nuclear missile plant. I'm just a guy in my room. I don't know if a nuclear missile plant, you can call them nukes or you could just call them missiles. I don't know. I'm just calling them whatever seems to make the most sense. All right, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I was playing it cool for the video, but I'm pretty sure we're screwed. What do you guys think? The first story where the government literally cut out part of the first ever recorded UFO sighting? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. What do you think about that? And now also aliens can just turn off our nukes? Next thing you know, you're going to tell me that they built the pyramids. Am I right, guys? Yeah. This is my best attempt to look like the guy from Ancient Aliens. I don't think I did very good. The first smart positioning that the National Guard did was put someone right here. This person had a machine gun and was ready to lay down fire if Jerry Myles or Lee Smart decided to leave the cell tower and got close to the hostages. He was super important in terms of keeping Jerry Myles and Lee Smart far away from the hostages, because if Jerry Myles felt threatened, he promised to light all the hostages on fire. I'm not quite sure the best way to put this, but in 1957, there was the Great P Riot of Montana State Prison. This was a riot that had to do with pee, but don't worry, it wasn't a bodily function or human liquid, piss. It was little peas that people would pick in the Montana State Garden, and with it being July, super hot, some prisoners weren't very keen on doing this. And a couple of them actually brought up such a stink about picking these peas that they were sent to the hole, which, if you've seen any prison movie, or you can look at the B-roll that I got actually going to Montana State Prison, the hole isn't exactly where you want to be. Dark room, all by yourself. Super, super scary form of prison punishment. However, some prisoners actually did stay outside and pick their peas. And this 24-hour standoff between the National Guard and the prisoners of Montana State Prison started with one prisoner just flicking peas at another. This caused such a commotion that the prisoners started getting rowdy, and even prisoners still in their cell blocks got wind of the violence and the chaos, and eventually they were able to get the upper hand of the guards. That's how rowdy this was, and put all of the guards on duty into a cell. Important keynote, the warden of the prison at the time, Faye Burnell, was not on site. He was doing a prisoner transfer all the way in Indiana, which meant that no one was technically in charge, and the National Guard, like I mentioned earlier, had to step in. From what I could tell, all the prisoners wanted was some better food, better accommodations, and the firing of a certain new parole officer, Benjamin W. Wright, who they didn't think very highly of. And the current Attorney General, Forrest Anderson, was actually like, hey, I hear your complaints. Here are these 8 points. If you agree to them, go to your cell. We'll make all these 8 changes for you. And the prisoners loved the idea. So they went back to their cells, happy and content with the 8 points that Forrest Anderson and the National Guard brought up, and the conflict was settled. Kind of a happy ending to the 1997 P Riot. Just kidding. Then the warden came back and was like, you know what? I actually don't want to do any of that. So luckily all the prisoners went back to their cells, but then the warden came back, and throughout the entire negotiation that they made, you could say that the inmates were quite peeved about this, and that's probably why there was 2 other riots in the years following. So yeah, not ideal. Devil's advocate, on the Wikipedia page, it said the warden said, I don't negotiate with convicts. Kind of goes hard. It's your prison, someone else makes a deal, you're like, wait, I'm in charge, I make the deals. So it makes sense that he would not like that they made the decision to go along with what the convicts wanted. But at the same time, if you wanted to piss or peeve a lot of people off, yeah, making a deal with them and then pulling it away, great way to do that. I sure hope no one dies because of a another riot later. Subsequent riot came the next year, but this was more of a strike or sit down where prisoners refused to work, take orders, and basically just loitered around the prison and their cells, being very uncooperative with the warden and his guards. The biggest hit to the prison was the fact that this was during the Council of Corrections visit to the prison, so it made them look really bad. But Warren Burnell had a pretty effective way to get all the prisoners back in line. He cut off the heat and removed all food options from the prisoners, meaning they all got really cold and really hungry, considering that this happened during wintertime. And they all went back to their normal lives as Montana State prisoners. As a punishment for their disregard of the warden's authority, the prisoners were cut off from the canteen, which meant they couldn't buy cigarettes or soda, things like that. Which for me would have been devastating, not because of the cigarettes, but because I'm a dude that likes Diet Coke. Get me a Diet Coke, I'm a happy camper. Take it away from me, I'm going to start the next riot. Luckily, it was only a week and the prisoners went back to normal. Not that big of a riot, but still a consequence of the P riot and the false promises made by the Attorney General that obviously fell short once the warden got back and decided to throw all of it out. Unfortunately, the next riot wasn't quite so peaceful. So I think the smartest thing to do would be to set the scene and talk about the key characters or people involved in this. This involves some of the guards and the warden staff, as well as a couple key inmates that, of course, caused the riot. So let's break it down piece by piece and get an understanding of what was going on at the time. I'm burning alive. I'm going to take this shirt off. I'm sorry for the continuity of the video. But Warden Faye O. Burnell was the warden during the last two riots, and he was replaced by Floyd Powell in 1958. This separates the last two riots and this last catastrophic, more bloody and violent one. This doesn't mean that Powell was a worse warden. In fact, he was actually trying to bring change to the prison system and modernize it, making it safer for guards and more reforming for the prisoners. He was really trying to make a positive change for the prison. Although, while ambitious, some people saw his change as an arrogant attempt for control. This task was so large that he decided to reach back into his roots and go all the way to Wisconsin, where he recruited Deputy Warden Ted Ruthie. Which, speaking of Wisconsin, I didn't plan this, but I just took that shirt off because I was hot. This is a Moose Jaw shirt, which Moose Jaw is a restaurant in Wisconsin and is really cool. It's really good. Recommend going there if you're in Wisconsin. But enough about that. This is Montana After Midnight. While Ted Ruthie's professionalism and assistance was definitely required at the time, knowing what we know now, I kind of have to wonder if Powell ever regrets recruiting Ruthie, but you'll understand more what I'm saying later. The two men brought reform to the prison, cracking down on a con boss system, which I had no idea what it was at the time, but it would seem that this is a system where certain inmates would actually be allowed to be promoted to boss in a certain work detail. So if there is a group of inmates that are working in a fabric department making garments for people, that there could be a certain inmate that is the assistant manager of that department, which is just kind of crazy and led to a lot of power imbalances because these inmates will just naturally have more influence over what was going on a day-to-day basis. So recognizing this power imbalance, Powell decided to get rid of that con boss system. Another goal of Warren Powell's was to crack down on the black market that was occurring within the Montana State Prison. This affected prisoners as well as the guards who would assist and make the black market even possible. Basically, there was just a more systematic approach to the guards' watch schedule that cut down on the ability for certain guards to even help out the prisoners or the prisoners to be able to do something behind the scenes. Overall, the prison was much more watchful and thorough, cutting down on the black market that was going on previously. While Powell was successful in changing those aspects of the prison, he was not successful in his next idea, which was to remove the rifles from the cell blocks. The rifles would be stored in a certain area in the cell block far away from the prisoners, but there just in case the guards need them. Powell reasoned that these rifles were only a temptation to the prisoners just egging them on to reach for them and try to escape. Powell was unsuccessful in getting these rifles removed, as guards felt much more secure, keeping them in close proximity and always having them at the ready in case they need them. While I understand where they're coming from, later in the story, you're going to understand why Powell may have been right about getting rid of the rifles on the cell block floor. Like when trying to implement any change, it was really hard to convince the guards and the prisoners alike, who largely benefited from a lax system, that any of these type neck changes were actually for the better. And it was these changes and failed changes that actually led to the tensions and set the tone for the 1959 riot. I also think it's important to talk about some of these other side things that were going on that set the stage even better for the riot and the time period. Apparently, the conditions were really miserable for the guards and the prisoners alike. The prison was outdated. If you watch my previous video on Frank Conley, he really focused on updating the prison and making it the standard for everyone else to follow. But since then, it has really gone downhill, and it was no longer an innovative and impressive prison. It was now a deteriorating and trashy prison. They didn't even have modern plumbing, and that'll come into play later in an interesting way. It's also important to say that riots were breaking out in the United States all over during the 1950s, and it wasn't just in Montana. It was actually a phenomenon seen across America. Now, focusing back in on the Montana State Prison, Powell himself said that he felt very unconfident in the state of the prison, saying that his guards weren't up to snuff and pretty much no one liked the reforms that he was trying to put in, too stuck to their old ways. And a newspaper near Deer Lodge at the time said that the conditions were looking like a smoking volcano ready to erupt, which, as we know now, eventually it did. Now let's shift gears and talk about some of the inmates that absolutely hated all the reform that Floyd Powell and Ted Ruth were trying to bring to the prison. There are 3 men known for the riot of 1959, with their boss and main influence being Jerry Myles. Jerry Myles was a career criminal, spending 25 of his 45 years behind bars. He spent so much of his life in prison that it seemed like it was his preferred state of being. He'd rather be locked up in a prison where he could be the con boss and running gangs than be outside and basically be a nobody. Part of his 25 years in prison was spent in Alcatraz, the scariest and most famous prison in all of America. And during his time in Alcatraz, he witnessed the battle for Alcatraz, which unfortunately I actually don't really know much about, but apparently the riot that occurred at Montana State Prison shared a lot of similarities with the Battle of Alcatraz. If you listen to the rest of this story and you know about the Battle of Alcatraz, you can let me know how similar they actually are. I'm not kidding when I say one of the craziest aspects of this story was finding out that Jerry Myles purposely bought a ticket to Butte, Montana for the sole reason of getting arrested. Yes, he wanted to get arrested in Montana so he would be sent directly to Montana State Prison, where he heard that inmates basically ran the show. His goal was to get arrested and become the biggest con boss in Montana State Prison. Bro wasn't even trying to be like a crazy serial killer, kill like 20 people, and then accidentally gets arrested. No, he was beelining it for Montana to specifically get arrested and be thrown right in prison. The thing he got arrested for in Butte was just robbing somebody, and that got him time in prison of like 5 years, where they didn't run a background check or anything like that. Just threw him in general population and let him run wild. Since Myles was so used to the prison system, being locked up in Georgia and Alcatraz and all these other prisons, he actually was able to get to con boss status super quickly and did get the power that he was so eagerly chasing. And he got the nickname, and I'm not joking, Little Hitler. His nickname was Little Hitler because of how terrible and scary he was with the power that he got from being a con boss of the garment section of the prison. So I'm guessing just like working with fabric. Yeah, you know that guy Little Hitler? He's a madman on a sewing machine. With the power that he accrued from becoming a con boss within the prison labor system, Myles was able to use his power over younger inmates, requiring sexual favors for certain benefits within his labor section, which is kind of crazy and something I would never imagine. But when you think of prison stereotypes, I guess it kind of makes sense. And apparently, Jerry Myles was like a psychopath. He was reportedly extremely smart, having an IQ of like 140, and would actually make a perfectly fine scholar if he just wasn't addicted to being some kind of weird, manipulative, prison-focused, creepy guy. With that being said, I think it's time we talk about Jerry Myles' boyfriend, Lee Smart. I say that with a little bit of an asterisk. Some sources say that they were prison boyfriends. Other sources say they were just accomplices and like-minded individuals. Whatever you want to believe, they worked together to cause the bloodiest riot in Montana State Prison history, at least at this facility, but that's another story. Lee Smart was a 19-year-old psychopath that came from the state of Washington. Lee Smart was arrested for bludgeoning to death a salesman with a pair of pliers. And I don't know what it is about researching these stories, specifically with the last Montana State Prison video where someone was beaten to death with a horse bridle and now a pair of pliers. It always baffles my mind how creative some people get with how to kill somebody else. And it's this aspect of Smart's lore where he is willing to commit murder in such a unique and disturbing way that adds to his mystique and what also gave him so much clout in the Montana State Prison at the time. You see, most prisoners were there on petty robbery charges, and the fact that he was a 19-year-old murderer actually scared a lot of the other prisoners and gave him some clout. However, this wasn't enough, with him being about 140 pounds, standing at 6 feet tall, which, if you want like an estimate, I'm looking pretty skinny. Fairly skinny, dude. Maybe average, probably average. I'm 6 foot and I'm 160. He's 6 foot and 140. So not really got a lot going on. Anyway, long story short, he ended up having to buy some protection, and that's where our third crew member came into play, George Alton. Alton was super well known amongst the prisoners and guards, but not as nefariously as the other two inmates I talked about. Instead, he was just well liked and well known, and someone that you could hire to protect you from other inmates. Unfortunately for Lee Smart, Alton was eventually so well liked that he was moved to the minimum security section of the prison, far away from Lee Smart and Jerry Myles. I was able to find this kind of funny story with George Alton, but I'm finding it on Wikipedia, so take it with a grain of salt. Apparently, he got so comfortable in his minimum security prison that he decided he was going to break out with a couple other inmates, and this occurred on Warden Powell's second day as the warden. So he broke out of prison, stole a car, and then as he was driving in Deer Lodge, waved to Warden Powell, who then waved back at him as he was on his way to work to start his second day at the prison. Warren Powell eventually realized what had happened, but by then it was too late, and George Alton already got way far away from the prison. He eventually was captured in his hometown, being sent back to the prison and being put in the hole for his breakout attempt. After his time in the hole, George Alton would be sent to segregation, where it just so happens that he would be placed right next to Jerry Myles. And these two inmates got to talking, and talking turned to plotting, and plotting turned into the 1959 Montana State Riot. Quickly, before we dive into the actual riot, let's talk about why Myles himself was in segregation. He was taken out of the general population after butting heads with Ted Ruthie, the deputy warden talked about previously, anointed by Warden Powell. The conflict starts with Warden Powell and Ted Ruthie wanting to reform the prison and Jerry Myles wanting the exact opposite. If you remember, Myles is only there because he wanted to run the prison as a con boss. And in 1958, as soon as Powell got power, all of a sudden there were no con bosses. And Warden Powell and Ted Ruthie decided to run background checks and knew that Jerry Myles was much worse than he seemed to be. Myles was taken off of his current labor crew and put into the water labor crew, which was charged with cleaning out toilets from guard and prison stations. So a much worse position for Myles, and Myles started acting up because his stint at the Montana State Prison was taking a turn for the worse. Because of the way he was acting up, he had a conflict with Ted Ruthie, who sent him to isolation for a little bit, and then segregation. The sociologists on site at the prison actually recommended that Jerry Myles never re-enter the general population, but Ted Ruthie decided that he thinks that Jerry Myles deserved a second chance. With all the new reforms going on, he wanted to treat every prisoner fairly. So Jerry Myles and George Alton eventually did make it back into the general population, allowing the riots to take place. Of course, looking back, I think Ted Ruthie would absolutely not let this happen, but hindsight is 2020, and there's no way that he could have known what was about to happen. At 3:30 p.m. on April 16th, 1959, guard Gus Byers was walking around on an upper catwalk in the Montana State Prison. He decided that he was going to open up a window and let some fresh air in the musty prison when he heard someone yell his name from behind him. Startled, he started to turn around and face whoever was calling his name when he was met with a face full of gasoline. Shocked, confused, and blind, he could only make out one thing for certain, and that's that the person in front of him had just lit something on fire. You see, Jerry Myles had been doing some planning, and he was actually able to track the guards' movements throughout the day, discovering a gap in their rotation right before dinner time. From there, he started working with George Alton and Lee Smart, devising a plan to start their escape attempt/riot. George Alton was a key member of this escape attempt because he was the one that worked in the Montana State Prison's garage and had access to the gasoline. It was him who slowly smuggled gasoline where they would store it in Lee Smart's cell for these 3 convicts to try to break out of the prison. While he was a key component in storing the gasoline and getting this ball rolling, he actually wasn't super happy to be working with Lee Smart or Jerry Myles, but he was just so entranced with the possibility of escape that he was willing to work with them. As you might be able to guess, it was Jerry Myles screaming the guard's name, getting him to turn around, only for Lee Smart to come in and douse the guard in gasoline. Jerry Myles at the same time was lighting up a broom or mop, which he could use as leverage to intimidate the guard, getting him to give up keys and his rifle. Also, it should be said that objects were thrown on the catwalk, blocking the guard in so he couldn't run away. Again, basically blind, literal gasoline in his eyes, covered head to toe. If any of the fire touched him, he would have ignited immediately. That's what makes this escape attempt so cunning and also psychopathic. After Gus Byers gave the cons what they wanted, he was escorted to the hole where he would stay for the remainder of the riot. The other guards, suspecting nothing, would come into the cell block one by one, assuming their normal duties, only to be captured and then brought to the hole right alongside Gus Byers. From there, the men needed to get to Deputy Warden Tim Ruthie, where the plan was to take him hostage and use him as a meat shield to gain access to the main gate, which would then give them access to the outside world, which would mean freedom and a successful escape attempt. Lee Smart and Jerry Myles would have to make their way to Ted Ruthie's office, which was being guarded by 2 other guards and a locked door. Luckily, the men were able to get into the building and then wait for the guards to be switching positions. With the door halfway open, they busted through it, and at this point, they were actually concealing the rifles that they got earlier. Anyway, they busted through it. Jerry Myles was holding a meat cleaver that he got from the kitchen of the prison, and then they forced the 2 guards waiting outside of Ted Ruthie's office into the bathroom. After forcing the guards into the bathroom, Lee Smart and Jerry Myles busted into Ted Ruthie's office, where, caught off guard, he stood up as Jerry Myles almost immediately started lunging at him, trying to attack and kill him. While Ted Ruthie did put up quite a good struggle, he only lasted a few seconds before Lee Smart pulled out his rifle that he recently had gotten from one of the guards and shot Ted Ruthie down, killing him almost immediately. Not even 30 minutes into the Montana State Riot of 1959, the first victim, Ted Ruthie, was murdered. After the murder of Ted Ruthie, the other inmates in the 1912 cell block joined in on the chaos, and it wasn't just contained to the Lee Smart, George Alton, and Jerry Myles breakout crew. Now, the other inmates had homemade knives and meat cleavers that they had gotten from the kitchen, and they were causing all sorts of chaos. And I believe that this is a point of divide within our group of 3 inmates, and the reason why Jerry Myles and Lee Smart are looked at as so much worse than George Alton, who I believe had no repercussions from this riot. And that's because George Alton only wanted to escape the prison. But at this point, it was abundantly clear that Lee Smart and Jerry Myles were doing something much more sadistic. They simply wanted to cause chaos and make a name for themselves for starting a huge massacre of a riot. They could not care less about breaking out, and that ties deeply with Jerry Myles getting himself arrested in Montana and just wanting to be the largest con boss, where George Alton only sought freedom and just didn't want to be locked up anymore. So from there, Jerry Myles and Lee Smart climbed one of these cell towers, and they took 3 hostages with them when George Alton decided to split off, no longer associating with them. Howdy, welcome to the best part of the video. It's the whiteboard section. Like I mentioned, after the murder of Ted Ruthie, the 2 men decided to retreat to a cell tower. That tower is right here. I'm going to put a big JM and LS. There were also over 20 hostages involved in the riots, and they were held in the 3rd level of the normal cell block house. So I'm going to put a big H right here. Now, like I mentioned, there were other prisoners involved in this riot, and the whole cell house was free, carrying around knives, causing a little bit of chaos. But they weren't as involved or invested as Lee Smart or Jerry Myles. So while they're around, they're not really causing quite as big of an issue as these 2 are. So after about 36 hours of the riot, the National Guard decided to make their move. They did a couple of smart things to really pin down Jerry Myles and Lee Smart, who again were stuck in a cell tower. And there's actually this kind of cool image of those 2 men sitting, looking outside of a window in their cell tower, which is also kind of crazy because you would think that they might get sniped or at least would be worried about getting shot, but no, the picture exists. I guess they were just having tea by the window. The first smart positioning that the National Guard did was put someone right here. This person had a machine gun and was ready to lay down fire if Jerry Myles or Lee Smart decided to leave the cell tower and got close to the hostages. He was super important in terms of keeping Jerry Myles and Lee Smart far away from the hostages, because if Jerry Myles felt threatened, he promised to light all the hostages on fire. Just like how he almost lit Gus Byers earlier, Jerry Myles was not only going to kill people that got in his way, he was going to kill them in the most horrific way possible. While that's a super smart placement, this was a really cool placement. They put a bazooka from World War II on one of the prison walls that shot 2 bazookas at the cell tower. Now, from the documentary that I watched, the first bazooka shot didn't end up even hitting the cell tower. In fact, I don't know what the hell happened to that bazooka shot. We can pretend that like it just went up in space or something. I don't know. Like, he shot a bazooka and then nothing happened. It did not hit the tower. It's still going, guys. No, but apparently the first shot was a miss, and it did not hit the cell tower. I'm guessing it just hit some not important part of the prison or past the prison. And then the second bazooka shot actually did hit the cell tower and caused a little bit of damage. When I was actually doing my tour through the Montana State Prison, I saw the damage, and this was before I saw other pictures of it, and I was like, I think that's where the bazooka hit. And happy to say I was right. The picture that I got was of the bazooka shot on the cell tower. So with a bazooka positioned on the wall, aimed at the cell towers, shooting down at it, and a man positioned in between the hostages and the ringleaders of the riots, the National Guard decided to make its move into the cell block, throwing tear gas and subduing all the rioters within the prison. Luckily for them, like I mentioned earlier, the prisoners' hearts weren't really in it. While Jerry, Myles, and Lee Smart were determined to escape and riot and go down with the prison in the end, everyone else seemed content to just go back to their cells and listen to the National Guard as they busted in. With all the other prisoners giving up, going back to their cells, and the hostages being saved by the National Guard, Jerry, Myles, and Lee Smart were cornered in their cell tower. With no one to negotiate with and no more hostages to threaten, Lee Smart shot Jerry, Myles and then took his own life. Apparently, it was a complete bloodbath up in that cell tower, and I found this disturbing news clip that I'll play for you right now.
Their intent was that it would be a bloody mess when the guardsmen got there, and sure enough, the second man up the stairs slipped and fell. Didn't know what had caused it, but he reached down and felt something and put it in his pocket. About 4 years ago, he brings me back a package and said, "I've had this all these years and used it, and I think it should belong back here to the prison." And he dumped out of a bag into my hand the jawbone of Jerry Myles.
Now, while I had that news clip and a documentary that was super helpful in doing research for this riot, one of the coolest things that I found was historic footage of the guards and some of the hostages talking after this riot. It's all in black and white, and it's like a minute long. I'm going to link it in the description, but it has this annoying historical archives watermark on it, which is just kind of stupid. So I'm not putting it in the video, but you guys should watch it. It's in the description. It's historical footage, historical news footage. It's awesome. And with that, Jerry Myles and Lee Smart were both dead, and the 1959 Montana State Prison riot came to a close. And this was the last riot within the confines of the old Montana State Prison. But by its name, I'm guessing you could figure out that there is a new Montana State Prison, and eventually there was a riot there as well. And that is the story of Jerry's riot, or the 1959 riots. Now, I could not have done this without documentaries, news videos, a little bit of Wikipedia. I had to use that more than I would like to on this video, but luckily that cited back to a book written about Jerry's riot, which was also extremely useful. So I'm going to link all of that in the description per usual. And I wanted to highlight something that I thought was really cool, and it's that the fact that the new Montana State Prison also offers convict labor, but in a little bit of a different way. While Frank Connolly, which I made a video about, this is a part 2, this video right now that you're in, this is part 2. Part 1 was about Frank Connolly, and he was in love with convict labor and building highways, buildings, walls, stuff like that through prisoner labor, right? As you would imagine. But the new Montana State Prison actually allows convict cowboys. I don't know if that's what they call them. They're basically just convicts in minimal security prison status that will do ranch hand type stuff. There's like a full dairy farm, and then also literal like cattle ranching convicts. That's awesome. I might get arrested and go there. I'm actually not going to do that, but I thought that was super cool. I'll probably make a YouTube short about it. The Hebgen Lake earthquake, otherwise known as the Yellowstone Earthquake of 1959, is one of the most interesting and unfortunately deadly natural disasters to ever occur in the state of Montana. This earthquake was so powerful that it created hurricane-like winds that blew people's clothes off, a tidal wave that went from one end of the lake to the other that was absolutely massive, and then also a natural dam formed right in front of a man-made dam, which flooded and stranded 200 campers in Yellowstone National Park that needed to be rescued. This is one of the most interesting national park stories, as well as one of the deadliest disasters in Montana history. And to go along with the channel, it did happen close to midnight.
One of America's worst series of earthquakes in this century felt throughout the Northwest, centers its force on southwestern Montana. In Medicine River Canyon, 50 million tons of earth and rock, the top of an 8,000-foot mountain, thundered across a forest campground in one of the biggest landslides.
The first thing that I want to talk about is this absolutely awesome video documentary I found about the Hebden Lake earthquake. I found it on YouTube. It was a re-upload. I don't know where the original source is, but it looks like to me that it was made in probably the 1970s, just because of the way it is. But it shows really good footage of what was going on. It has some in-person interviews. It's just absolutely incredible. So I'm going to be using it in the background for a lot of this video. There's also very nostalgic footage. Kind of reminds me of like watching a Bob Ross Paint Along With Me video. So huge shout out to this old documentary. It's going to be linked in the description. I want to build up the situation that was building around this earthquake that took place around 11:30 at night on August 17th, 1959. And then we're going to go into some of the personal accounts of survivors that were in the midst of the landslide, water rising, and the huge wave that was crashing into both sides of the lake. The Hebden earthquake is listed as anywhere from 7.2 to 7.5 on the Richter scale. And I was really tempted to just say 7.5 because, you know, bigger number, scarier earthquake. But it looks like nowadays we consider this earthquake to be 7.2. Some people still say 7.3. Now, when looking up the biggest earthquakes in the United States, the statistics get a little messy, at least for my research purposes. Some of the earthquakes date back to the 1700s, and I remember finding one that was even earlier, which is a little bit too unmodern for what I was kind of looking for with these earthquake statistics. And then also a lot of earthquakes in the US happened in Alaska, which is kind of outside the realm of the lower 48, where it would affect the majority of the population of the US. So was this earthquake one of the biggest earthquakes in the US? Kinda, but it might not make the top 10 basically because Alaska has an earthquake every 30 seconds, apparently, if you look back at the history. Now, one of the biggest things in researching this earthquake that happened in Yellowstone is all the side effects that came along with it. I'm originally from the Midwest, where we typically worry about maybe flooding and tornadoes, not necessarily earthquakes. When you get to the west side of the United States, there's a lot more of them. So hearing about the specific side effects that happened in the area was absolutely mind-blowing. First of all, there was a massive tidal wave that went from one end of Hebden Lake all the way to the other, and this wave actually was a key component in people worrying and wondering if the Hebden Dam was going to break, which will come up later. This massive tidal wave could be seen very clearly because it was a pretty nice night out, you know, despite the disaster. Accounts from the north end of the lake say that this massive tidal wave took about 17 minutes to go from one end of the lake to the other. So imagine just sitting out there on this clear night after this disaster happened, and then you're just watching this massive wave approach you from the other end of the lake. Going along with this massive tidal wave, there was also a shift in the air. And by that, I mean there was massive hurricane-like winds that were said to blow people's clothes clean off. Now, in my mind, originally, I was like, what kind of cartoon antics is this? Some gust of wind is blowing someone's clothes off and they're just left in their boxers. What is this Wile E. Coyote stuff? But when I actually looked into some of the personal accounts, one that will come up later, shows just how drastic these winds actually were. Now, alongside these gusts of winds that were super powerful was this huge roar that comes up in every story. It's pretty much how every single account starts. People hear this huge, immense noise. Now, there's actually one account of a World War II veteran who said he heard this roar after seeing the mountain collapse, which he described as worse and louder than anything he heard during the entirety of World War II. Pretty freaky. The most devastating side effect of this earthquake was the 80 million ton landslide, which created a natural dam. This is still there and occurred right next to the Hebden Dam, which meant that the canyon in between these two dams was slowly filling up with water. And many of the stories that you're going to hear later in this video are from people that were affected by this landslide trapped in between these two dams. Now, while I was researching the landslide and just the area in general, I was getting a little bit confused in the dam placements and everything. So I wanted to make this diagram on a whiteboard so you guys can understand what I'm talking about and I can really set the scene. So people were camping all around here and just basically visiting the lake. It was a very popular fishing lake, and it still is. And right here is Hedgen Dam. In my mind, when I was reading everything, I was getting kind of confused how people got trapped and how water was flooding and flowing into the area people were trapped in. This is the actual lake where the massive tidal wave was pushing through. Up here, we have the Hedgen Dam, and then past it, we have the new landslide. This landslide dam was the one where 80,000 tons of rock. Hi, it's me, Devin, and this is a little editing note. I said 80,000 tons of rock. What I meant to say was 80 million tons of rock, which is insane. I think I say 80 tons, 80,000 tons a couple times. I mean 80 million tons. Fell in between these two mountains. There was a mountain here and a mountain here, and it basically just filled up with rock, creating a new dam. This dam killed and crushed certain people, and then also stopped the water flow, which was coming through, controlled through Hedgen Dam, but now with this new one, this area was filling up. This was the area where campers had to come to high ground, where they eventually went to refuge points where they were waiting any sort of rescue, which eventually came in the form of air rescue and helicopters. More on that later. If the Hedgen Dam broke, which it was at very high risk of doing, a huge amount of water would have flowed from Hedgen Lake through, and then through the second dam all the way downstream. This downstream led to a local Montana town called Ennis. If this dam broke, Ennis would have flooded and it would have been a huge disaster. Not only was this at risk of happening, on the first night of the earthquake and the flooding and the disaster, reports came in that this dam broke. So the town of Ennis was freaking out. They completely deserted their town, they sought refuge, and left. Luckily, this dam never broke. Although it was close and it was being heavily monitored after the earthquake, eventually it was repaired and everything was all good. Also, since we're here and we have the map up, nowadays there is a visitor center right around where the landslide happened. That's not like super accurate, but just in the general area, where you can learn about the landslide, the earthquake, and also see a massive boulder that fell and landed due to it. And you can see just the cliffside that is completely sheer rock that was once just kind of a normal mountain looking side. One more thing I want to mention, this area here that overflooded with water where people needed to seek refuge eventually became Quake Lake and is actually on the map now, and you can visit it. It's super interesting and kind of eerie. There are little trees poking out of the water that you can see that were flooded over. Now, outside of this landslide, there was almost $100 million worth of today's money in damage to the infrastructure of Yellowstone National Park. Roads, bridges, highways, all things like that were just completely destroyed, uprooted, and there are some pretty gnarly pictures. With Quake Lake radically forming in Madison Canyon between these two dams, survivors of the initial earthquake quickly realized that they needed to get to higher ground, and they eventually settled in an area that we now know as Refuge Point. However, not everyone was so lucky. An elderly couple staying at the canyon inside of their trailer was woken up in the middle of the night. Originally, they thought a bear was attacking their trailer, pushing it around because they heard stories of bear interactions earlier in the day. Unfortunately, they quickly realized that they got caught up in rushing water. The water was rising and the initial earthquake sent water through their campsite. The rushing water pushed their trailer about 100 yards until they eventually got caught on something. It was then they realized that they were able to get on top of their trailer, but with the new quake lake forming, eventually the water rose higher and higher until it got to the point that they needed to abandon their trailer. Luckily, there were trees nearby where they were able to climb up the branches to safety. From 11:30 at night to 6 o'clock in the morning, Grover and Lillian were stuck in the tree before they were eventually rescued. The elderly couple was then interviewed and put on national TV, and Lillian specifically is said to have written Christmas cards to all of her rescuers for the rest of her life, which was very sweet of her. While Grover and Lillian were lucky enough to survive the night, not everyone was so fortunate. One of the more tragic stories is the Bennett family, who were staying in a trailer that they brought from Coeur d'Alene to camp in Madison Canyon. And during the night of August 17th at 11:30, like many other families, they woke up to a horrendous roar. In the Bennett family, the mother and father were staying inside of the trailer camping for the night, while their 4 sons were laying outside on bedrolls. After hearing the roar, the father of the family went outside to check on his kids, only to be swept away by the hurricane winds. According to Mrs. Bennett, he grabbed onto a tree for support, only to have his legs give out from underneath him, holding on to the tree up until he couldn't anymore, letting go and never to be seen again. Before Mrs. Bennett lost consciousness, she reported seeing cars and one of her children being swept away right in front of her eyes. Philip Bennett was swept away by the water and eventually downstream was able to cling on to some trees where he was able to burrow in some mud to try to stay warm. Philip Bennett and Mrs. Bennett were both rescued and taken to the hospital the next morning and were the only surviving members of the Bennett family. In the middle of the night on August 17th, 1959, the Stryker family was camping at Cliff Lake, about 20 miles outside of Yellowstone National Park. The family was asleep in their tent, 3 boys in one tent and the 2 parents in the other. At about 11:37 at night, the Hebgen Lake earthquake occurred, causing dust to fly up, loud noises, and trees to topple over. This caused the oldest boy, Martin Stryker, to get up out of his tent to see what was going on. The first thing he noticed was a tree laying on top of his family's Volkswagen, and the second thing he noticed was a giant boulder laying right on top of his mom and dad's tent. Realizing that if the boulder kept rolling, it would have crashed into him and his brother's tent as well. Unfortunately, this meant that his mother and father both died. He then led his younger brothers through all the destruction and debris of the earthquake in the pitch black, hoping to find help and to get away from the situation. Eventually, those 3 boys were able to make it to safety, and while they lost their 3 parents, they were relatively unscathed themselves. Those were just a couple stories of the people directly affected by this earthquake, but like I mentioned previously, there was about 200 to 300 campers that actually survived the night by going to Refuge Point. One of those campers was John Owens, who was actually responsible for taking many of the photos of the rescue operation and of the people staying at Refuge Point. Now, relief was organized rather quickly as local government all came together to try to save the people that were stranded in this canyon filling up with water. Specifically, it was the Forest Service and an Air Force base that was located in Utah that sprang to action and sent some air relief to the national park. It said that smoke jumpers jumped out of planes to bring early relief and some medical supplies to the people that desperately needed it at Refuge Point, and eventually helicopters and other aircrafts were allowed to land in the area and rescue people, bringing them to safety.
How many missions have you flown so far, sir?
I lost count.
Lost count.
Right.
And what did you see on your first mission? Probably that was the most impressive, or was it?
Well, yes, the mission was first mission was quite impressive to see the extensive amount of damage done between on this side of the dam, really. Immediately after passing the dam and seeing all the trailers and everything stranded there, and below the dam where we landed first because we saw the indications of medical help needed, ground signals. There we landed and found that most of the people there were in very good condition, considering. and the doctor looked at the people and decided they could wait until we'd evacuate the people from up at the dam where they had been moved. Therefore, we landed near the dam and started evacuating the more seriously injured from the area. We got approximately 11 stretcher cases and 2 ambulatory patients in all.
When the dust settled, 19 people were buried underneath the 80 million tons of rock that fell as a result of the Hebbian earthquake. And when all things were said and done, 28 people at least lost their lives to this natural disaster. Like the Night of the Grizzlies, it took a massive human effort to help save the victims and the people affected by this event, from the local government, the Forest Service, and the Utah Air Force Base, especially those 300 campers that were stranded at Refuge Point. Today, there is a National Forest Service center very close to where Earthquake Lake was formed. That research center still teaches to this day about the tragic earthquake of 1959 and all of the changes that was made to the terrain. My biggest takeaway from this entire event is just how suddenly something like this can happen. All these campers were mainly worried about mountain lions and grizzly bears, and all of a sudden one of the biggest natural disasters in Montana happens, and so many people were just suddenly wished away by the waves or the winds, and then 19 people ended up being just instantly buried by this 80 million ton landslide. It's quite humbling and tragic that this occurred, but luckily earthquake science, that's a dumb way to put it, but earthquakes are more predictable and studied nowadays, so hopefully something like this doesn't quite happen again, although there is always that random chance that a disaster like this can happen. One of the biggest impacts to the terrain of the Yellowstone area was actually the geysers and the hot springs, which Yellowstone is of course known for. Some existing geysers went dormant, hot springs overflooded or were completely drained, and some geysers' timings were just shifted and changed. It's just crazy to me that this event had such a big impact on what Yellowstone is actually known for, aka their incredible geysers. On January 11th, 2001, authorities found Kenneth Lloyd Pendleton lying on a frozen creek near Edmonton, Alberta. Pendleton was 60 years old, making him nearly a senior citizen. He was in Alberta for unknown reasons, and now he lays dead, frozen in the Canadian winter. The reason behind this murder is also unknown, but evidence shows that he had been beaten, stabbed, and left with a plastic bag over his busted head. Pendleton's murder is unsolved to this day. However, this video isn't about Pendleton's death. Instead, it's about a cold case that occurred 40 years prior. But don't worry, this will all make sense soon. Like the other true crime stories that I've done, I think this is about my 3rd or 4th, I'm using Montana Murderers, this book right here, as my jumping off point. It has been a valuable resource, especially because a lot of this Montana content has been buried, or you find an article that doesn't really go into details about what actually happened. There's a lot more details in the actual book than I was able to find online, and I found it extremely useful. Our story begins in February 1963 when Eleanor Norman made it back to her family's lodge on McGregor Lake. She was checking up on her parents, Richard and Alice Easton, because they were not answering her phone calls. She lived about 30 miles away from them in Kalispell, Montana. Now, Richard and Allison owned a lodge or camp called Paradise Camp, which was relatively remote during February, one of the coldest months of the year, where travel and tourism was significantly down as it was more of a summer camp. Eleanor brought her son Marcus to help scope out the premises and check up on her parents. When they got to the McGregor Lake Paradise Camp, they found that the entire area was locked down. The main lodge they couldn't get into, nor any of the garages that were around their property. So they decided that they had to break into the basement to make sure that Eleanor's parents, Marcus's grandparents, were okay. When they were finally able to get in, they found a horrific sight. Important to say that Eleanor's mother, Alice Easton, was suffering severely from Parkinson's disease. This crippled her and made it unable for her to walk, which makes it even more tragic when you find out that Eleanor discovered her mother's body laying in a pool of blood, which seemed to be dragged about 40 feet away from a chair that was next to the fireplace, where she must have been sitting when an intruder entered their building. It was clear to Eleanor and Marcus that Alice had been dead for a couple of days, and from there they decided to call the proper authorities, which drove in from Kalispell to secure the rest of their property. The investigators were eventually able to get into one of the Easton's garages, where they found Richard Easton in a similar state to Alice. He also was bludgeoned to death, lying in a pool of his own blood. It was definitely a brutal murder of this senior citizen couple, both of them being around 65 years old at the time of their deaths. Now let's talk about some interesting facts about the case. Number one is that the murder weapon was not found at the scene of the crime, and actually it was never found, although it was suspected to be a long, narrow, blunt object. This could be anything from a pipe to a crowbar to anything you can think of. One of the articles that I read said that it could have been a fire poker, which would make sense, just a long, narrow object that was used to savagely beat this elderly couple to death. Although also you have to remember that Mr. Easton was found in a garage, and in the garage there is many narrow tools that someone could use to take someone else's life. So maybe the killer walked in there, took something from the garage, and then ended up taking the lives of these two innocent lodge owners. While the murder weapon was unknown and never found, the motive for the crime was fairly obvious. Their cash register had been completely stolen, and Richard Easton was missing his wallet when they discovered his body. The Kalispell Police Department then searched high and wide, trying to find any leads for this case, and while they eventually got a couple suspects, none of them ever panned out. It was 2.5 years later when Richard's wallet was eventually found alongside the cash register, of course with nothing in them. With this murder taking place in the 60s, there wasn't the same technology that we have today, so even though they were able to find the wallet and the cash register, they weren't actually able to pan out anything substantial for the case. There was no DNA, no fingerprints found. Unfortunately, the case did eventually run cold. It's time to talk about the third and final person related to this web of murders. Her name was Arlene LaPierre, and she, in 1959, married the man that she thought she would love for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, it turned out that he was an abusive career criminal that strung her along to nearly 20 different places to live in just 3 years. Now, they also had 2 daughters together, and he constantly threatened their lives and the lives of Arlene's parents if she were ever to leave him or do anything to betray him. It was the same abusive man that one day came home covered in blood, claiming to have just hit a deer on the highway, and now he needed to burn his clothes. Of course, Arlene saw through this slightly, but so involved in this trauma and the abuse of her husband, she went along with it and didn't question him. Now, of course, it has to be stated, if you hit a deer and you were covered in blood, yeah, I mean, throw away the clothes, but you don't have to burn them. If you're burning them, you're clearly covering something up. Now, it's important to state that at the same time, Arlene and her abusive husband lived only 2 miles away from the McGregor Lake, and this was in 1960, which was about the time of the murders of Richard and Alice Easton. Now, Arlene kept this close to her chest for almost 40 years, and it wasn't until she heard the news that Kenneth Lloyd Pendleton had passed away in Edmonton, Canada. From learning the news of Pendleton's passing away, she finally felt safe, as Pendleton was her abusive husband that was stringing her along. He had broken out of 3 different prisons and was known for his escape attempts. Not only this, he robbed over 80 different establishments, and it isn't far out of his MO to go to a local lodge and steal from them. Now, with Arlene finally feeling comfortable and safe, her family no longer under threat of her abusive ex-husband, I think it's safe to say that Pendleton is the one that committed the murders against Richard and Alice Easton, with being a career criminal and someone willing to do anything for a quick buck. Now, only a little bit after the murders at the Paradise Lodge, Arlene was able to break away from her abusive husband, taking her 2 daughters back to Spokane to live by her parents under police supervision, so she wouldn't be under any threat from Pendleton. And she was able to rebuild her life moving forward up until she heard the news of his death, where she finally felt comfortable to reveal to police the story of him coming home covered in blood when they were just 2 miles away from the Easton's property. Now, while of course it's tragic that it took nearly 4 decades for the truth to come out about the Paradise Lodge murders, I think that there is some cosmic irony in a new cold case being Pendleton's murder, where there has been no suspects, no leads, no culprit found, is the same thing that ends the loop, closes the circle on the Paradise Lodge cold case, as it finally allowed Arlene to come forward and share the stories that pretty much seal the deal and say that Pendleton is the one that committed these atrocious murders. Now, there is no physical evidence, so you cannot say 100% definitively that it was Pendleton who ended up causing the murders of Alice and Richard Easton, but I think it can be said that it is most likely his doing, mainly because of his clear abuse and the fact that he has a criminal record up the wazoo, being in and out of prison, committing over 80 robberies, and this looks like it was a robbery gone really, really bad. It also serves the fact that he was a career criminal, knew what he was doing, and smart enough to break out of prisons, that he left no trace at the scene of the crime. I think without a doubt we can say that it was most likely him, and this murder is squared away. What do you guys think? What are your opinions on the story? Now, obviously, Arlene held on to this information for nearly 40 years, but she also feared for her family's life and knew that Pendleton was a threat directly to her and had the ability to break out of prison, so I can't really blame her for not endangering her family. Although if she was able to come forward with this information earlier, I know the Easton's family probably would have been able to sleep easier a lot earlier and not have to wait 40 years to get a conclusion to their parents' mysterious death. There's also the fact that Pendleton can't even defend himself at this point because he's already dead, so he may have a super valid alibi saying, oh, I was actually in Texas doing blah 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 blah, I was committing these other crimes over here, and completely throw away the case. He can't do that because he's already passed away, and like I said, there's no physical evidence at this time of anyone committing this crime. It's just Arlene's story, which sounds super probable and is most likely what ended up occurring. In mid-August 1967, 2 rangers, Leonard Linda and Bert Gildart, set out to a ranger station near Trout Lake in Glacier National Park. They were armed with rifles and given one simple mission: kill any bear on sight. These rangers had a long couple of days leading up to this, both playing a key role in the Night of the Grizzlies. In this video, we're going to go over what exactly occurred during the Night of the Grizzlies, the 2 young ladies that lost their life, and the reason why 4 bears had to get put down and all of National Park's bear regulations had to be changed. This story is said to be a 1 in a trillion chance of occurring and is a key part of Montana history and National Parks history. I have over 10 pages on Google Docs of notes, and probably about the same in this notebook I have right here. I will also be busting out a whiteboard that will show off 2 timelines, because this doesn't just involve 1 bear attack, it involves multiple. I will be leaving all the sources in the description so you guys can see personal interviews, a PBS documentary, and as well as a podcast that I listen to take all these notes. I hope that this will be a definitive and educational version of the Night of the Grizzlies that you guys can enjoy and learn from. Now that that's all out of the way, let's finally get into the Night of the Grizzlies. Before we go over exactly what happened on August 11th, aka the Night of the Grizzlies, I'm going to use this whiteboard to show you the events that led up to them, as well as a map of where these events took place. This whiteboard gives a basic outline of West Glacier National Park. That side of the park I'm actually very familiar with because I lived in Big Fork, Montana, which is about an hour outside of West Glacier. There's 2 key areas that are very important to this story, one being Trout Lake, the other being Granite Park Chalet. These are the 2 locations where bear attacks occurred on August 12, 1967. In between these 2 is 8 Miles and Heaven's Peak. This is an important fact because it proves that it could not be 1 bear in the same night. It had to be 2 separate bears attacking 2 separate groups of people. Some other important things I want to point out about this map and the area of West Glacier that really stick out to me is that Avalanche Lake is actually pretty close. Avalanche Lake, if you've never been to Glacier, is probably the most popular hike to do in the summertime. I've done it like 4 times, each with a different group of people, all because they've never done it and they want to do an easy hike. It's honestly a lot of fun, and it's right there. It's crazy to look at a historical map of these incidents, and then boom, here's a hike that I've actually done. The Highline Trail is on the way to the Granite Park Chalet, and the hikers took the Highline Trail, which is crazy because I know so many people that have been on the Highline Trail, and it's super popular, and it starts at Logan's Pass, which is right here, which is where some of our hikers decided to start off their journey as well. Another landmark I want to point out is Lake McDonald, which you're going to be driving past in Glacier if you enter through the west side, where some of our hikers actually were working over the summer. Since we're here and I have this map of the West Side Glacier and the 2 key points pinpointed, I think now would be a good time to talk about each of those locations. If we look at Trout Lake, this is actually a cesspool of bear activity at the time. Bears were constantly being seen there and were well known. Factors that led to heavy bear activity were that it was a long hike pretty far out there was plenty of fish in the water, as well as berries surrounding the lake. If you didn't know, bears are omnivores, meaning that they will eat meat and they will also eat plants, so berries are very attractive towards bears. Naturally, Trout Lake was just a honeypot for bear activity. It also didn't help that back in the day there was no pack in, pack out rules, so people would leave a lot of trash at Trout Lake, and that'll come into the story much later. If we look at Granite Park Chalet, speaking of trash being left out, there was actually only 1 incinerator for the entire chalet, a chalet that would hold up to like 65 people. So a ton of trash was being dumped outside the chalet constantly every night. So much so that it almost became a ritual where bears would feed on the trash and guests would look on in awe of the bears right outside the chalet eating the trash that was supposed to be burnt in an incinerator, and it simply wasn't. Of course, today this information is absolutely ludicrous. You're probably wondering how the heck did we not have pack in, pack out rules? And the answer is this story kind of created a lot of those rules. But we'll get into that a little bit later. Let's talk about known bear activity at these 2 locations before the incident of August 12th. Trout Lake, cesspool of bear activity. There was 1 known problem bear. This bear I'm going to be referred to as the Raggedy Bear. I'm going to refer to it as this because it is an old sow that was known for being, well, raggedy and super skinny / malnourished. If you know anything about bears or wild animals in general, that made this bear extra risky. There's also specific stories of this bear harassing other groups, including Girl Scouts who took a picture of the bear, which ended up in the Kalispell newspaper. It's also famous for harassing Kelly's Camp, which was an outpost really close to Trout Lake. This bear was notorious for going through trash and was not scared of people, which is the most dangerous thing a wild animal can be. You want animals to kind of fear people, basically to run off at the sight of you. If we look at Granite Park Chalet, there was a couple of recurring characters, 1 dominant, really big, silver-tipped grizzly bear, and then a smaller bear that would follow it around, basically eating its scraps, and then a sow bear, a healthy mother, with 2 cubs. Those 4 bears were the most prominent of the Granite Park Chalet. While Lake Trout had a whole bunch of bears, the Raggedy Bear was the only problem or bear of interest. Now that we've gotten all the setup out of the way, I think I'm going to go into the specific events and actual people affected by the Night of the Grizzlies. There is 2 stories to be told here, while they intertwine very strongly, and in fact start at a very similar point. There is 2 timelines going on, so I think to combat this for simplicity, I'm going to have 2 hats. Alright, if I'm talking about one group, aka the Garnet Chalet group, I'll be wearing this hat. And if I'm talking about the Trout Lake group, I'll be wearing this hat. Hopefully this visual cue will help you out, but I'm also going to try to keep it pretty easy to understand. Like I just alluded to just a second ago, these two stories actually start in a very similar spot. After watching the PBS special that they tied into the University of Montana, which is where I go to school, and what this project kind of started from, a class at UM, I found out that all the characters at least somewhat knew each other. The first pair of people that we're going to be following are Roy Ducat and Julie Helgenson, and they worked at Glacier National Park over the summer, which involved doing a lot of adventurous things like going on hikes and overnight camping trips. The other group that we're going to be following involves 5 people and an illegal dog, and I'll explain why the dog was illegal later. The second group of people who also worked at Glacier National Park over the summer were Roy and Ron Nozick, Michelle Coons, Paul Dunn, and Denise Huckle. Now, when doing research, it seemed like a crazy coincidence that all of these characters were young people that worked at Glacier National Park over the summer, but while watching the PBS documentary, it seemed like Paul Dunn especially, but probably all of these characters knew each other. Paul Dunn was invited to hang out with Roy and Julie for their camping trip, which was kind of a sad little note because no matter what group he went with that night, it seemed like he was destined to run into a bear. It also seemed like Roy and Julie were invited to go to Trout Lake with the group of 5 other seasonal workers and their dog, but opted out because they've already been to Trout Lake a week prior. The way it really happened in real life, Paul Dunn decided to go with the group of 4 other co-workers that worked at Glacier National Park. Roy and Julie set off on their own adventure at the Grant Park Chalet. Roy and Julie's story starts at Logan Pass, where they hopped on the Highline Trail and did an 8-mile hike up to the Granite Park Chalet. On the hike, they ran into a whole bunch of other hikers where they told their story and their plans for the night, which was to sleep outside underneath the stars. Some of the hikers actually warned them against doing this due to the crazy bear activity that is seen at the chalet itself. Also, finding out about the habit of dumping all the trash for the bears to go through that was occurring at the chalet, they felt much more comfortable just sleeping inside. However, it was overbooked by a lot. People were sleeping on the floor and there was just no space for them to actually get in. After finding this out, Roy was pointed in a direction of a campsite that was being developed that was said to be in the opposite direction of all the trash dumping. And Roy and Julie felt comfortable enough hearing that it was in the opposite direction of the trash dumping site that they would actually sleep there for the night. Also, they weren't going to be alone in this campsite. They were going to be accompanied by Robert and Janet Klein, as well as Don Gullett. These 3 had been traveling together for a little while and felt comfortable enough to hang out together while not knowing each other prior to this camping experience, and they also commented about how friendly and outgoing both Roy and Julie were when they met them on their hike, and that they were happy to be staying in the campsite with them. Just taking a step back and looking at this situation, back in the day, people weren't actually afraid of bears, and since the park was made, there hadn't been a grizzly bear attack, so people were a lot less cautious about it. But the idea of having a campsite right next to a trash dumping site that people use to basically lure in the bears for entertainment, because people at the chalet would go out every night and watch the bears as they pick through the trash, is absolutely ludicrous. You don't want to be anywhere near a bear because that thing has the ability to take you out faster than you can blink. Back in the day, there was basically no safety precautions, and all the tips for dealing with bears were basically make noise and play dead. 2 tips that are still kind of floating around today, but having that as your only defense is kind of wild. You can 100% see why Roy and Julie wanted to stay in the chalet, and it kind of sucks that they would have to hike 8 miles out of their camping spot later in the day because the chalet was full, so they decided just to camp. And it was nice that they found people that they could camp near at the same time to kind of give them a little bit of comfort. Personally, I would be tweaking and freaking out. Some more context about the chalet that specific night. Joan Devereaux was in charge, and it was actually her first time ever leading a group to the chalet, mainly because the rangers were so short-staffed due to the fire season that was currently happening at Glacier National Park. Other than the ranger and the people that were camping outside with them, there was a couple other key people that were staying at the chalet, mainly a set of 3 doctors, a nurse, and a priest. And these people would have to put their talents to use. Unfortunately, as the events of the night occurred. Let's cross over Heaven's Peak and look at the 5 national park workers that decided to camp at Trout Lake. Those workers include Ray and Ron Nozick, Paul Dunn, Michelle Coons, and Denise Huckle. And of course, their dog, Squirt, who wasn't supposed to be there, as you're not supposed to go overnight camping with a dog in Glacier National Park. As mentioned a little bit earlier, there is somewhat of a connection between this group of people and Roy and Julie, who are staying at the chalet. They all work in the park together, and it seems like especially Paul Dunn knew Roy and Julie, and even Roy and Julie might have been invited on this camping trip to Trout Lake. As our group of 5 young park employees made their way towards Trout Lake, they ran into a couple different groups of people. One important group was these 2 fishermen that warned them of the bear activity at the lake that was so aggressive that day that they ended up actually being treed by a specific bear. Being treed meaning basically chased up a tree for safety to get away from the bear. The group was relatively unfazed and kept on their hiking journey, still planning on camping at Trout Lake. One thing about the Trout Lake story in particular is being treed by a bear comes up quite a bit, and it's so scary to me because a lot of people get away from their situation by climbing up a tree, like these 2 fishermen. But bears can pretty reliably climb trees, from what I understand. So it's almost like that's not even safe. So if someone's telling me that they were chased up a tree by a bear, I'm like twice as nervous now, because if my only option is to climb a tree, I might climb a tree just to get chased by a bear in the tree. And then what do I do? The group made it to Trout Lake at about 5 p.m. and immediately made a base camp and started fishing. After doing a whole bunch of fishing, they ran into their first bear. This bear ran through their entire camp, tearing it all up and eating up the majority of their snacks and rations that they had brought for the camping trip. Everyone was safe at this point. I believe they ran off, climbed some trees, got to safety, and watched the bear from a distance. Eventually, the bear did end up leaving the camp, and the campers were able to go back, grab the supplies that were still left, including their sleeping bags and a few snacks that the bear didn't get into, and made a new camp a couple hundred yards away from their original camp, feeling safe and dedicated to making one huge fire to keep them safe throughout the night. At around 2:30 in the morning, Denise wakes up hearing the bear rummage through their old camp. The bear is back, looking for more food. Denise at the time is actually cuddling with her dog Squirt, trying to keep it safe because she knows the bear activity is pretty crazy in this area, and the dog isn't supposed to be there in the first place. I'm guessing the dog would be gobbled up if it was let on the loose. She promptly let the whole group know that the bear was still around, still messing around with their old camp, not quite close to their new camp where they're all sleeping, but she made them make the fire bigger, as well as move the food that they still had left over farther away from camp so the bear would hopefully leave them alone. Everyone seemed to be a little bit more anxious now, and they were dedicated to keep the fire going and big throughout the night. Alright, now let's get back to Roy and Julie. While everyone in the chalet was getting ready for bed, sleeping in their bunks, or sleeping on the floor because of how overrun it was, Roy and Julie were sleeping outside, about 100 yards away from Robert and Janet, as well as Don, the other campers, sleeping near them. It's important to say that our characters are not sleeping in a tent or anything that would protect them from the outside. They are literally just cowboy camping, looking up at the stars. Now, as the story goes, around midnight, Roy is woken up by Julie telling him to play dead. After hearing Julie tell him to play dead, he stayed completely silent, only for a grizzly bear to come up to him and rip and throw him out of his sleeping bag. As he's being mauled by the bear, he's thinking of only one thing, and that is to be dead, be completely silent. The bear would then go back and forth between him and Julie eventually making noise, and the bear carrying her off about 100 yards away. While Roy was able to stay completely silent during the encounter, Julie would be heard yelling, saying, "Someone please help us, it's got me," things of that nature, and the bear actually drug her about 100 yards away down the hill where Roy no longer could see her. After the attack and Julie was dragged away, Roy got up and started moving around the campsite, trying to get closer to the chalet so he could ask for help, realizing that he was pretty badly injured from the bear attack, mainly in his arm. As he was moving around the campsite, he ran into Don Gullett's sleeping bag. Don wrapped Roy up in his sleeping bag as Robert and Janet started yelling at the chalet, signaling with a flashlight and SOS symbol, hoping that people would see this at the chalet and then they could end up helping out the campers who were basically in the dark, not knowing if the bear was still around and not knowing if Julie was still alive. Eventually, the people at the chalet were able to see the SOS and started yelling down to Rob, Janet, and Don, asking what the heck was going on, and Rob was able to yell back, "Bear." From there, a whole bunch of things were set in motion. One, a party of people wanted to go down and actually help out Roy and the people at girl from the bear that got her. However, the ranger on duty didn't want people splitting up, moving around in the night when there was a bear on the loose. Things got intense, and while people really wanted to go look for Julie, they decided it was better to take care of Roy, focus on that, and wait for reinforcements to come. While the ranger was radioing HQ, it was only able to go through because Bert Gildart was in the area, able to receive the radio from the chalet and actually relay that to HQ. Without him being there, without Bert Gildart being able to receive both radio transmissions, the signal was not clear enough and they were too far away. So it was very lucky that Bert Gildart was there. While they were able to radio for supplies, it wasn't going to be a simple task to actually get them to the chalet. It was pitch black and it was going to be a risky helicopter flight over. Luckily, helicopter pilot John Westover was ready for this mission. Here we are back at the whiteboard, and I'm going to quickly set the scene of the night with Roy and Julie's situation. Here in the middle is the chalet. This is where everyone is staying for the night. If you go this way from the chalet, you'll see the bears and the trash. This is where we're told that they were dumping the trash and where the heavy bear activity was. In the opposite direction of the bears and the trash, there was a campsite in development where they stayed with Janet, Robert, and Don. In the middle of the night, Roy wakes up to Julie telling him to play dead because there is a bear next to them going through their camp. This is when Roy gets attacked. Julie then makes a noise, is subsequently attacked, and eventually dragged away. She's dragged far from the chalet, further down the hill, off of the whiteboard. I'm sorry, it's off the whiteboard, nothing I can do. From there, Roy gets up, starts walking towards the chalet for help to help him recover Julie, and he's also severely injured, and he runs into Don. From there, Don wraps Roy in his sleeping bag, and Robert starts yelling and flashing an SOS up to the chalet, which eventually reaches them. Head Ranger starts radioing base for help, a helicopter and medical supplies, rangers and rifles, anything they have that can help their bear situation. At the same time, 14 ambitious guests staying at the chalet go down the hill carrying a pot of fire, literal fire, to ward off the bear and help out the situation of Roy and Julie. They carry Roy all the way up to the chalet where they're able to give him medical attention, The group is very riled up, wanting to go save Julie, especially since Roy is literally crying out, hey, go save Julie, forget about me, save Julie. However, the ranger in charge says we need to wait, we need to be safe and smart and wait for reinforcements to come. One question I have with this series of events that came up is that in all of the research that I've done, it said that the trash was supposed to be dumped over here. The campsite is supposed to be the opposite direction over here. But it's always something that's just alleged. It's never said fully strongly with your chest. The trash is over here, the campsite's over here. Instead, it says the trash is supposed to be over here. The campsite's supposed to be in the opposite direction, which kind of adds doubt. Is the trash and the campsite actually closer together than it was originally supposed to be? I don't know, that's just a question that I have, especially knowing that there's a bear attack. Once the radio goes through and the helicopter is on the way, like I mentioned earlier, it is pitch black. They cannot see anything, and the guests actually light a ring of fire for the helicopter to safely land on. They were giving some ground assistance, which was crazy with the use of fire, and people were shining flashlights in the sky to get the helicopter's attention. Once again, John Westover had to be a complete badass in this situation because you can barely see, and he luckily did a similar trip in the same area a couple days before, so he was used to it, but flying at night was still not an easy feat. Actually, almost humorously, people shining flashlights into the helicopter was throwing everything off. They couldn't see, they were being blinded by the flashlights, so they had to radio back to the chalet to tell people, hey, shine the flashlights on the ground so we can see where we're landing. Don't shine them in our eyes where we can't see anything at that point. With the helicopter landing, they were able to drop off a whole bunch of medical supplies, as well as Ranger Gary Bundy, who was able to lead an expedition to hopefully find Julie. With the helicopter landing, they decided to actually airlift Roy Ducat out of there due to all of his injuries. Back over at Trout Lake, our group of 5 park employees and the dog Squirt were sound asleep. At 4:30 in the morning, Paul Dunn woke up to the sound and smell of a grizzly bear's slow breath as it lingered over him. The bear had gotten into their new camp and was checking him out. In the documentary, there was an interview with him where he talked about how disgusting the bear's breath smelled and how imposing it was to have it so close to him. Paul luckily was sleeping with his sleeping bag half zipped open, claiming that earlier in the night he was too lazy to zip it all the way up after they moved camp. Because of this, when the bear bit down on his sleeping bag, catching onto his sweatshirt, he was able to weasel out and get far away from the bear's grasp, jumping over the fire up into a tree. During the commotion of Paul being attacked by the bear, Denise, who was holding on to Squirt in her sleeping bag, was told by Ron to get the heck out of there. The only issue was Squirt, while in her sleeping bag, was still tied down because she didn't want the dog running off, so it was a little bit of a hassle, a stressful event to get the dog unhooked so they could get out of there. The bear, while it was angered by Paul, was now on to them. They were able to run and get up a tree far away and safe from the bear. At this point, Paul Dunn, Ron, and Denise are all to safety, including their dog Squirt. All those 3 are out of harm's way, and they're yelling at the 2 people left, being Ray and Michelle, to get the heck out of there. This is an extra tidbit about the story and just everything as a whole that I want to talk about, because I don't think it was talked about in the podcast or the documentary or other sources that I looked up, but it is a connection that kind of explains what happens next in this story. If you look back to Julie and Roy's story, they were both told to play dead. That's actually just what you're told to do in the face of a grizzly bear, especially back in the time. So when Ray and Michelle are the only 2 left in camp, Ray decides to run and is able to get to safety, while Michelle doesn't do anything. She stays in the camp. In every source that I looked up for this, it just says that he ran, all the other people ran earlier, and Michelle was just left in her sleeping bag doing nothing. And it was a little confusing. It was missing a little bit of context, like why is Michelle just slower than everyone else? Like why was she left? And I think part of it is probably like she was in shock, and then another part is everyone is always just told to play dead. So in that moment, she might have just been the only one that said, you know what, I'm going to play dead. But at this point, everyone is safe up a tree far away from the bear, except for Michelle. The bear bit down on her sleeping bag as she yelled out multiple things, one being that the bear is trying to rip her arm off, and the other, oh my God, I'm dead, which is super chilling and really sad, honestly. And eerily similar to Julie, Michelle was dragged away by the bear, this time over a hill, far away from her friends, as all they can do is listen to the carnage happening right in front of them as they fear for their lives, stuck in a tree. One of the sources that I used while researching the Night of the Grizzlies was the National Park After Dark podcast, where I listened to the whole thing and I took notes. And one of the things they said that during this incident, Paul Dunn was actually able to hear the bear crunching down on Michelle Coons's bones, which is extremely disturbing and something you don't really want to think about. This didn't come up in the PBS documentary, and I think what might have happened is the PBS documentary used real interviews off of the people, where the National Park After Dark used the Night of the Grizzlies book, which was written about the events by an outside person, which is said to be very accurate. But of course, a book is going to play into things a little bit more to be more entertaining. That's like the purpose of a book. So I don't know if Paul was actually able to hear his friend being mauled by the bear that distinctly, but if he was able to hear his friend being crushed by this bear and mauled by the bear, I think that's incredibly sad and disturbing. The group at the chalet was finally able to start looking for Julie at around 2:30 in the morning. This is about 2 hours after the original attack on her and Roy. The group was made up of doctors, a priest, the ranger that came on the helicopter. Among the people in the group was Steve Pierre, who was actually able to track Julie via the blood and ripped up camp gear that led to a trail in the woods. About 100 yards down the trail, it unfortunately went cold and he couldn't find anything else. Luckily, very faintly, they were able to hear whimpers coming from the woods that ended up being Julie herself. The words that she was crying out, according to the group that was searching for her, was, "It hurts." When they got to Julie, and this is where it gets a little bit gory or gross, the only thing that seemed to be untouched by the bear was her face. Her hair was covered in mud, her lungs were collapsed, and she had bled out so much over the last 2 hours that her wounds were barely bleeding, and she was basically clinging onto life by a thread. Because of the bear attack, most of Julie's clothes had been ripped, so members of the group that went to go rescue her would all give up some clothing to help keep her warm as they tried to get her out of there. Just like Roy, they used a bed spring to carry her up the hill to the chalet, where they were able to more comfortably treat her and see exactly what her condition was at the time. Julie was far from looking good. She had a collapsed lung, wounds all over her, contusions all over her, and like I said earlier, had lost a lot of blood. During their ascent back up the hill trying to save Julie, Robert Klein would hold her hand, trying to give her any human comfort that he could possibly give to her at the time, trying to make sure that she felt safe and secure. At the same time, Tom Connolly, the priest that was accompanying the group, was trying to give her heavenly comfort, talking to her about God, religion, and anything that would help console her during this terrible event, as she was in a lot of pain as they carried her up to the chalet. Once the group got all the way back to the chalet, it was all hands on deck with multiple doctors looking at Julie, trying to help her. The main doctor, Surgeon John Lubinsky, was doing everything that he could, and his wife, who was also a nurse, was trying to help Julie and make her as comfortable as possible. After assessing all of her wounds and the condition that she was in a moment of silent realization, the surgeon John Lubinsky looked at the priest and shook his head in dismay, as both men realized that Julie Helgenson wasn't going to make it. The priest, Tom Connolly, stayed with Julie for a while, being by her side, trying to comfort her as best as he could. While the priest was comforting her, he was also praying over her, and it seemed like Julie was following along, using basically all the energy she had left to mouth the words of the prayers along with him. Eventually, the priest asked for some water, and he used it to baptize Julie moments before she ended up passing away. Despite the massive effort of one group of people united by trying to save her life, Julie Helgenson passed away on August 13th, 1967 at Glacier National Park due to a grizzly bear attack. While super tragic, I feel like the story of Julie Helgenson and the group at the chalet doing everything they can to save her really is just super inspiring, almost like the indomitable human spirit became realized. There were so many key people that all played together, trying the best that they can, doing everything to their abilities, using their specific skills to help out this situation. Even Roy Ducat, the other victim, the guy that was mauled by the bear before Julie, was crying out the entire time, telling people to go save Julie. There's literally nothing more inspiring than that statement right there. I think that's what everyone would hope to be after you just got attacked, looking out for others. Then there's even the courageous helicopter pilot John Westover, who was able to come in the middle of the night, do a scary as heck flight all the way to the chalet in pitch black to help save Roy Ducat and bring medical supplies for Julie, and also bring over Gary Bundy, who was the one that allowed the group to go into the night and actually search for Julie. There's also people like Steve Pierre, who was able to use his knowledge to lead the search for Julie, as well as track down where she actually was. There's people like the priest and Robert Klein, who, by all means, Robert Klein was just a normal guy camping right next to them, and he was able to give this dying young woman some comfort in her last couple of minutes. That's just incredible. And then similarly, if we talk about the priest, Tom Connolly, being able to pray over someone, an innocent person that just had a tragic event happen to them, and give them comfort, even baptize them and deliver some final prayers over them in their last moments. While massively tragic, it is also simultaneously one of the most beautiful stories of people coming together, just trying to do the right thing. And I love that aspect of it. We left the group of people at Trout Lake stuck up trees, scared for their lives, as their friend Michelle Coons was just dragged over a hill by a wild grizzly bear. It is now 8 o'clock in the morning, and the group has made their way to a ranger station where they're hoping they can get help finding their friend Michelle Coons, praying that she is still alive. The ranger that they end up talking to is Leonard Linda, and he is in disbelief and a little bit confused by the situation, because there has never been a bear attack in park's history, except for the bear attack that happened hours before at Granite Park Chalet. This means that there was 2 bear attacks on the same night. Crazy, nearly impossible situation aside, Leonard had sprung to action, taking along with him Paul and Ron as they went to go search for Michelle. Joining them was Ranger Burt Gildart, the same Burt Gildart that helped relay the incident at the chateau hours earlier. It's pretty crazy seeing some of these characters crisscross between both of these bear attacks, as they happen very far apart, but in the same national park. Of course, certain key characters played alongside in both of them. Speaking of which, it's also important to say that John Westover, the same helicopter pilot that helped get Roy Ducat to safety, as well as bring medical supplies and a ranger to the chalet, also flew his helicopter and landed near Trout Lake to help with their search. And I just think it's super interesting that there is just this crossover of people that were involved in both cases. The second search party of the night, looking for a 19-year-old girl, set out to Trout Lake. Very quickly, they were able to pick up a trail and start tracing her down. Along the way, it said that they found a particular lump of flesh lying on the ground. And when they picked it up and examined it closer, they found it to be Michelle Coons' ear, which is pretty gross and not a great sign. Only a few feet further, they found Michelle's bloody, torn up sleeping bag. Following the path of destruction, they found ripped up, bloody clothes that belonged to Michelle. Eventually, after following the trail for a little while, Leonard called out, saying that he had found Michelle, her body mutilated and unrecognizable. Burt Gildart's account of the situation as he saw Leonard was that he was clearly in shock and taken back by the whole situation. And Burt speculated that Leonard actually knew of Michelle before the incident, just showing again how interconnected all the employees at the park actually were and familiar they were with each other. And of course, it's traumatizing losing a friend to a situation like this, or even just casually knowing someone that had been attacked in such a gruesome way. Later that morning, Michelle Coons was airlifted far away from Trout Lake and the bear that mauled her to death. Coming full circle, let's talk about the bear hunts that occurred after these tragic deaths of 2 young employees of Glacier National Park. Over near the Granite Park Chalet, hunters set traps hoping to lure in the bear that ended up mauling and killing Julie. Like I said at the very beginning of the video, there were some reoccurring bears that were known to show up at the chalet. One big silver-tipped grizzly that would show up constantly, that was followed by a smaller grizzly that would kind of pick off its scraps. These 2 bears were found eating the bait that was left out for them, and hunters posted up at the chalet shot and killed both bears. After analyzing the bears, they found no evidence of them having anything to do with Roy and Julie's maulings. And when they opened up their stomachs, they found only vegetation and the trash that was left out for them to eat. As days passed, the trash that they had left out for those bears had been completely eaten, meaning that other animals had to come to the same spot and eat up what was left out, including other bears. The hunters then stockpiled a new trap where they came across a sow, a mother bear, and her 2 cubs. They were sure that this bear had to have been responsible for the death of Julie, and subsequently shot that bear as well as one of the cubs in the mouth. You see, as this was the first grizzly bear attack in Glacier National Park, the repercussions were taken to the extreme, and everyone that was hunting down these bears were told to kill any bear on site at those locations. Of course, at the time, we were pretty naive, feeding bears trash, getting super close to them, letting humans and bears interact freely, and then our response to a bear attack was super naive as well, to just kill any bear that was in the area. So the sow bear had to get shot and put down, and one of the cubs was shot, although it was shot in the jaw, and it lived. The rangers that shot the bear were extremely positive that this had to have been the bear that killed Julie and mauled Roy, but when they cut open its stomach, they found that there were no human remains to be found and no evidence that it was actually the bear. There is some back and forth depending on the sources that you use. Some of the sources say that this was most likely the bear that killed Julie. Other sources say that this probably wasn't the bear. There was some blood on the claws, but it wasn't confirmed to be Julie's. And also the bear had a ripped up paw, meaning that it could have been extremely angry and violent during the time that Julie was mauled. Having an upset, injured bear, especially one with cubs, would make it extra violent and more likely to commit a crazy act like mauling a person when they're not really known to do that very often. It's never happened in the park's history, of course. Another sad tragedy that ties into killing this sow bear was that the cub that was shot in the mouth actually survived the winter, which means it was suffering the entire time. Its jaw was shot off, it couldn't eat very well, and it was very malnourished. By some miracle, it did survive though. It was found the next summer and euthanized because it was in pain and honestly wasn't living the best life, when in reality it probably should have never been shot to begin with. The other cub's location is unknown and was presumably unharmed and lived on. So in the case of the bear that attacked Julie and Roy, it is unknown if it was the mother bear of 2 cubs that was shot and killed, or if the bear was never found. Luckily, there is a more solid conclusion to the bear that attacked Michelle Coons. If you remember the beginning of this video, I talk about how 2 rangers were sent out on a mission with one order: kill any bear you see on site. That was the orders given to Burt Gildart and Leonard Linda as they set out to find the bear that killed Michelle Coons. These two rangers were tied through this story through and through, as they were the ones to find Michelle Coons' body, and Ranger Gildart worked as a relay man between the chalet and National Park HQ earlier in the case of Roy and Julie's attack. These two men set out for Trout Lake, staying at a ranger cabin. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Ranger Gildart went out to go to the bathroom, where he heard a rustling in the woods. This was the raggedy bear that was known to terrorize Kelly's camp as well as Trout Lake. The bear was running in and out of the woods, back and forth, meaning that he was unable to get a shot, but him and Ranger Linda were determined to kill this bear. While they weren't able to get a shot right away, eventually the bear decided to come charging at them. It is at that moment that both of them simultaneously took a shot, putting down the bear for good. Unlike the bears at the chalet, the Raggedy Bear's autopsy showed that it definitively was the bear that ended up killing Michelle Coons. When they cut up the bear's stomach, they found a lump of blonde hair still digesting, confirming that it was the bear that ended up taking Michelle Coons' life. Just like how the sow bear at the Granite Park Chalet was injured and probably in a lot of pain, making it more violent, the bear at Trout Lake had glass found in its teeth, likely from digging through so much trash that people had left out. The glass constantly putting the bear in pain, making it more feral, more aggressive, and of course, more dangerous. The news at the time was trying to find any reason why these two bear attacks, separated by Heaven's Peak, occurred on the same night, after it has been so rare and so uncommon for bears to attack humans. Looking through a modern lens, it's very clear what happened, and it is just pure coincidence that bears attacked on the exact same night. What happened was that humans and bears got too comfortable around each other, making bears more dangerous, as well as the excessive trash found at Glacier National Park, which led bears to creep closer and closer to people as they slept overnight. In the years following this, bear management had been changed forever, and it morphed into what we see nowadays and bear safety that we have in the modern day. Immediately following the attacks, bears were hated and killed and demanded to be pushed out of our parks and country altogether. However, in 1973, grizzly bears were added to the endangered species list and were thought of with more care, finally having a level mindset towards grizzly bears in general. They're not cute and cuddly playthings for people, and they're also not vicious monsters. They're just animals that need their own space and shouldn't commingle with humans. Nowadays, bear population is on the rise and doing well, especially since to the regulations and practices we have nowadays being smarter and safer for both bears and people. Mysterious cattle mutilations have been occurring across the entire United States for decades at this point. These mutilations have stumped law enforcement, scientists, and even experienced cattle ranchers that don't know what's happening to these livestock. The purpose of this video is to go over the history of these cattle mutilations, as well as look at a couple articles and documentaries that were created discussing these mysterious cattle deaths. I'm also going to harp back to an article made by Distinctly Montana that covers the Montana side of these cattle mutilations. There are a lot of supposed explanations to these cattle deaths, ranging from cults to lightning strikes, even going as far as saying that aliens are coming down and harvesting these cattle. Before an alien comes down and harvests your organs, I wanted to say thank you for watching this episode of Montana After Midnight. Anyway, let's get into these mysterious cattle mutilations. Before we talk about how these cattle mutilations affected the state of Montana and some of those specific cases, I wanted to go over the general history of these cattle mutilations. So you might be asking yourself, what do these cattle mutilations actually look like? What takes a natural death of a cow and elevates it to a mysterious, supernatural cattle mutilation? Well, these specific cases had to deal with inner organs and things like their tongues, eyes, udders, being removed, and not removed in a normal way, but instead being surgically removed, or at least seemingly surgically removed. These cuts were fine and hard to replicate / understand. Another factor that played into these mysterious cattle deaths was the fact that some of them would be completely drained of their blood. The surrounding area would have no trace of predators' footsteps, scavengers' footsteps, or even human footsteps. Also, some of the time there would be a circular ring found near the corpse. This is either like surrounding it or just in the local vicinity of the corpse. The cattle would be found dead with things like their eyes, ears, tongue missing, as well as internal soft organs. Alongside this, it would seem that there would be a fine surgical cut that ripped these organs out, not the typical cut or wound that you would see from a scavenger or a predator. These cattle mutilations have been around since the 1700s, and it goes all the way up until the modern day, but the peak of activity for these cattle mutilations happened in the 1970s, and that's when this phenomenon was the most popular. Speaking of the 1970s, in 1975, over 200 cattle mutilations were reported from October to April alone in the state of Colorado. This was a huge growing issue in the United States because millions of dollars were being lost in livestock because of these random, unexplainable cow deaths. It was such an issue that the Federal Bureau of Investigations, yes, the FBI, had to get involved and do some research / an investigation into these cattle mutilations. They started their research in 1979, and by 1980 they decided that no suspicious or supernatural entity was at play, and these cattle mutilations were just par for the course. Nothing unusual was occurring. Specifically, they stated, none of the reported cases had involved what appeared to be mutilations by anything other than common predators. While the FBI concluded that nothing out of the ordinary was occurring with these animal deaths, the locals and ranchers were in very much disagreement. While the FBI said that, nothing weird is going on, I do kind of partially side with the local / ranchers, because if a generational rancher, someone that's been doing it for 50 years and, their grandparents did it, they've inherited their cattle ranch, says that an animal died and they can't really explain why, I am leaning towards, all right, there should be some more investigations done. I'm a little bit more skeptical than that, but just in this case, with experienced cattle ranchers being like, hey, something weird is going on, I kind of want to listen to them and see what they have to say. So I feel like the FBI's conclusion that took them about a year to come to, 1979 to 1980, was a little convenient, and just saying that, oh, local predators are what's causing these weird mutilations was almost too easy of an answer. But this is definitely where the divide in the topic of these cattle mutilations comes from. So there's those two camps, the science can explain this, nothing weird's happening, and then the other camp saying that, hey, we know what normally happens to these cattle when they die. Something weird is afoot here that isn't explainable by science, and it is definitely out of the ordinary. Now, taking the camp of people that are saying something odd is happening here, there are a couple of prevailing theories as to what the heck is going on, all of them being a little bit more fantastical than just a predator or scavengers coming out and messing with these dead cattle. One of the top theories, and a theory that was actually investigated by law enforcement, was the fact that cults, specifically satanic cults, could be coming in and harvesting these cattle for their organs to do crazy blood satanic rituals. There's 2 law enforcement agencies, one in Iowa and one in Canada, that launched serious investigations into these cult-like attacks of cattle. This specifically explains why some of the cattle have these super precise surgical cuts in them that a normal predator can't make, because a person is coming in and harvesting specific organs like the heart or sex organs or cow udders for these specific satanic rituals. Now, while there was some government and law enforcement agencies looking into these cattle deaths, there was also the light turned onto the government with these mysterious helicopters that were flying over cattle nights and days before the weird deaths occurred. This led some people to believe that the government was doing some illegal testing on cattle. Specifically, some biowarfare/biological weapons were being produced and tested on these livestock. I'm not too sure how I feel about this one. I'm not fully convinced that the government is testing our livestock, our cattle, by using biological weapons on them. But some people do believe that, and it is an option. The history article in which I'm getting all this information from then lists Skinwalker Ranch in Utah and talks about how some of their cattle in their herd also died from mysterious causes in the 1970s. What makes Skinwalker Ranch story a little bit more unique is that instead of government agencies or cults, people were reporting mysterious, unexplainable beast-like creatures coming in and messing with the herds, causing some of these cattle deaths that can't normally be explained. Some of the beasts were described as wolves that were 3 times the size of a normal wolf, as well as a humanoid creature that had bright yellow eyes found lurking near the herd of cattle. But that is Skinwalker Ranch, so I kind of feel like it just makes more sense that there be a cryptid/beast explanation to what the heck is happening with these cattle. I'm also going to take a moment to put the mic down, and I'm going to show you my board. It's been kind of hiding in the back for the last like 10 minutes of the video, but here's my board of the mysterious cattle deaths. We're about to get to this guy, what specifically is happening here. But then we have the skinwalkers/cryptids that are responsible for maybe killing some of the cattle. This is the Skinwalker Ranch thing that I was talking about. Then we come over here to this guy who's not looking like he's having a great time. This is the upset cult member that I drew. And then here we have a cow. My roommate actually came in, and every once in a while he looks at my whiteboard to see what I'm working on. And he wanted me to tell you guys that this is not the typical cattle that you'll see in any of these cases, that this is a dairy cow, and that I should have drawn a more typical steer or bull or something. So I apologize for that, but I figured for convenience sake, I drew the more typical cow. Up in this corner, we're not going to talk about it, but my brother did draw Freddy Fazbear. So yeah, and of course question marks, because this whole thing is a mystery that we're trying to get to the bottom of. Anyway, that's my whiteboard. I might go a little bit further into that. I might draw something else as it comes up for this video, but now the most fantastical explanation towards these cow deaths actually has to do with extraterrestrials, which is a very hard word for me to say, but basically aliens. These aliens are coming down and messing with our cattle, stealing their organs or udders, perhaps even eyes. There's one case that I watched. It was on a Beast Quest episode on the History Channel, specifically their YouTube account, that I did some research for this video, in which mysterious rings occur near where these cattle deaths happen. And some of the soil actually loses all of its nutrients. A cow died, and then nothing would grow near where it died, which was very suspicious and kind of led people to believe that, hey, maybe some alien activity was going on here. I would say that this alien abduction/stealing of organs of the cows is the most popular, followed by the satanic cults explanation. Now, the strongest alien case that was found and highlighted by the History Channel's article was the story of a horse being partially skinned and some of its softer organs being removed, that being like the heart and brain of the horse being completely missing. And then within 24 hours, 3 orange lights were seen in the sky in the area, zipping around, flying at like incredible speeds, aka aliens came down, partially skinned this horse, and stole its heart and brain. Maybe. But that's a leading alien theory. And there are more specific alien theories as we talk about the Montana side of these mysterious cattle mutilations. Briefly finishing out this history article, veterinarians are naturally pretty skeptical of anything supernatural happening with these cattle mutilations, having some scientific reasons as to what could be occurring with these cow deaths, such as blood flow ceasing to occur and the blood sinking to the bottom of the corpse, making some of the cattle seem like they had their blood sucked out, as well as some predators going for softer organs because that's just what they prefer and go for first. So these predators are coming in stealing the heart, brain, or eyes because it's what they prefer, it's easier to get at, and that's what they're harvesting. And while I do think that this is pretty good evidence and most cases can probably be explained to natural causes, but every once in a while there is a cow death that seems just a little bit too out of the norm for me to believe that it's just typical natural causes. The history article wraps up by saying that there were some political and legislation events occurring that affected the cattle industry that kind of led to a more mass hysteria, which in turn could have led to more of these reports of out of the ordinary cattle mutilations. It kind of does offer a good explanation as to why reports were higher in the 1970s. Things were more tense and people were more on edge, willing to believe that aliens, cults, skinwalkers, all that stuff was messing with their herd because they were already stressed about the new cattle legislation that was hurting their business. I do, however, kind of think it is, like the FBI's original investigation, kind of convenient to just be like, oh, people were hysterical, okay? Nothing weird was happening. People were just hysterical. If that's kind of the angle you were looking at it for, the History Channel, their news article gives you a solution at the end of their article. New day, and it's time to go over the Distinctly Montana article that was written about these cow mutilations that actually took place in the Big Sky state of Montana. If you notice, I'm wearing a black hoodie now. This is a separate recording. Maybe I've been replaced by a government agent, and I'm gonna feed you fake information to throw you off the course of these cow mutilations. Who's to say? What's cool about this article is it follows a Montana sheriff deputy as he tries to get to the bottom of what's happening with these cattle mutilations. This article also gives specific eyewitness testimonies to crazy supernatural things that are happening around the same time in the 1970s as they're looking into these cattle mutilations that give credit to some of the theories that have been going on all around the US and specific to Montana. Speaking of that, it also ties into the history article that I just read and covered pretty well, with all those theories being brought up in some way in this article too. The article starts out by talking about Cascade County's Sheriff Deputy Keith Wolverton, who is investigating these cattle mutilations, and what really gets the ball rolling is he finds or is called to a scene where he sees a cow that was mutilated, and again, like we talked about in the previous article, incisions were made on it that didn't make any sense. They were too surgical, too fine. Specifically, it's mentioned that the cuts look like they were actually made by pinking shears, which is a shear that is used to cut cloth. I didn't know what that was. I had to look it up, but it's basically just scissors used to cut fabric as opposed to paper. And then from that scene, Wolverton actually sent samples to a veterinarian expert who looked at them and said that the incisions and cut marks, the lacerations, did not line up with a normal predator bite mark or scratch mark, and it also didn't line up with an injury that would occur from rubbing up against wire or something like that, leading these cuts to have some mystery around them, not really making sense. Around a month later, another cattle mutilation was reported, this time near Belt, Montana, where a cow was discovered with half of its face skinned. Its jaw was missing the exterior skin, and it was also missing its tongue and its eye. But its eye wasn't removed through its eye socket. There was a hole above the eye which something dug the eye out of. This time, instead of there being surgical marks, all the cuts seem to be accompanied by burn marks, which is quite odd. In the article, it specifically references like a laser came and cut the animal. Imagine like a LASIK eye laser, or just, I don't know, a lightsaber. It's not referenced in this specific article, but in other articles I read and videos that I watched on the cattle mutilations, one theory is that lightning was striking herds of cattle and killing them, which sounds crazy and bizarre, like how often are cows getting struck by lightning? Apparently enough for it to be a solution to why cattle are getting mutilized. Mutilized? I don't even know if that's a word. Why cows are getting mutilated. So for this specific case, maybe the cow was struck by lightning. That's what the scientific reason for these laser-like burn marks would be on this cow. Another mutilation that occurred was a bull calf, which was found with a silky-like substance all around its dead carcass, which described in the article created a cobweb-like effect around this dead animal. Now, the substance was actually tested and sent to a lab, and the lab reported that the substance was petroleum disultate, which again I had to look up, and it seems like petroleum disultate is the least refined version of petroleum and can be found in things like paint and wood protectant. So just a weird substance to find all over a dead cow. Which makes me wonder, where are the Spider-Man accusations? Where are the Minecraft spider allegations? Spiders and cows are both in Minecraft. Maybe one seeped into the real world and got its cobwebs all over a dead cow after we had to slaughter it because our Minecraft hunger meter went down. Nobody's asking stuff like this. No one but me. I'm the only one asking. These mutilation reports got so rampant that in the Teton County of Montana, there were 3 reports in one night of a cow mutilation. And these mutilations had the same MO of sex organs being removed, and this time the incisions were described as C-section-like, which is very unsettling and creepy. Who wants cows to begin C-sections? Not me. Not a fan of that, personally. After all of these unexplainable cases kept popping up in Montana, the Cascade Police Department and Wolverton went to the Great Falls news station. They got newspapers, radio, and TV all to broadcast, asking for any information to help with what the heck is going on with these cattle deaths. The biggest lead that they encountered was actually from a convict that was locked up in prison. And they said that they had news that a Texas cult was coming up into Montana and was responsible for all of these strange mutilations, all of these cows getting cut up, whether it be C-section or mysterious laser. It was all these Texas blood cults. There were a little bit more investigation. The police department gave them polygraph tests, and it turned out that the convict was just lying through his teeth. And there was no real evidence of this Texas cult actually being in the area. Like mentioned earlier in the history section of this video, UFOs or unidentified aircrafts are the most common report for these cattle mutilations, and they played a big role in the Montana mutilations as well. Around the time of 1975, over 130 different UFO sightings were reported in Montana, which sounds like an insane amount. Montana doesn't have the biggest population, especially back in 1970. And throughout the state, 130 UFOs were apparently seen and reported. If you think about it, that's 1/3 of the year. Every third night, there is a UFO in the sky in Montana in 1975. That's just a lot of aliens, guys. That's quite a few. To a lesser degree, people were also reporting seeing these black helicopters, these government aircrafts that seem to be doing some crazy psyops in the area as well. Those were just slightly less reported than the UFOs. But all these sightings combined led a lot of cattle ranchers and locals to start arming up. They were getting absolutely loaded to handle whatever was out there affecting their herd. They were going to blast away anything that was trying to mutilate their cows. The ranchers and people were arming up so much that there was actual concern. Similar cases were reported in Colorado, and a Colorado senator actually called into the FBI, stating his concern about people loading up due to these cattle mutilations because they were going to solve the problem themselves. And one of the things that was being cited the most was UFOs and unidentified helicopters, which could be mistaken. You know, a helicopter could be just flying over and people start lining it up. That's probably not the best case scenario if it's, you know, a news helicopter that's mistaken for a government PSYOP helicopter, for example. So there were legitimate concerns with everyone being so on edge about these cattle mutilations and getting so armed to the teeth. The UFO reports were many and of varying descriptions, some of the UFOs being bigger than 2-story buildings and 400 feet wide, and other UFO sightings being smaller, but it's a group of 6 UFOs at once. So the sightings that people were seeing were very inconsistent, and there was a lot of different UFO activity reported in the area at the time. Other sightings involve creatures, although it's kind of up into the air as to what these creatures are. Some people labeling them as Bigfoot-esque creatures, and other people kind of still going in that alien route. One specific case involved 2 girls in Great Falls as they heard their horses being disturbed in the barn, and when they went to go investigate it, they saw a dark creature that was very imposing. So these young girls that were armed with a gun took aim and shot at it, and then immediately ran back to their house. And as they looked back, they could tell that they wounded the creature, but that wasn't it. There was actually more creatures hiding in the bushes looking at them after they shot the original one. Later that night, the family heard these tortured screams coming from the distance in the thicket that they described as an animal dying, assuming that the beast that they shot earlier was dying in the woods and was producing these horrible screams. This specific story in the Distinctly Montana article was connected to Bigfoot, and if you want to hear more about Bigfoot sightings, I actually just made a video about Theodore Roosevelt's Bigfoot encounter. Kind of. You'll have to watch the video to figure out more, but that's listed somewhere in the corner, and if you just go to my channel, you can watch it. While this article connects these creatures to Bigfoot, they do say that the footprints left on the scene actually had 3 toes instead of 5, which you would think Bigfoot would just have one really big human-like foot, but the footprints left at the scene only had 3, which is an important fact that's going to come up in just a second. The next mysterious sighting took place in Helena, Montana, where a 16-year-old boy looked out the window and saw 2 creatures, one of them being taller and the other one being shorter in stature. These creatures were meandering outside his house, and eventually, after looking at them for long enough, the taller creature looks back at him, which of course scared the crap out of him, so he ran and got his dad, and by the time his dad looked out the window, the creatures were gone. And originally when I hear this story, it just sounds like, okay, kid was scared, looked outside, it was no biggie. Who's gonna listen to this dumb, scared kid? But when they go outside the next day, they find footprints that contained 3 toes. Again, another weird 3-toed footprint, just like the story of the 2 girls that shot at this mysterious creature. And while the article brought up Bigfoot, I think that this ties more into like alien encounters, like aliens coming down and looking around people's houses and killing their cows or skinning their horses. That makes more sense than like a Bigfoot, because when I think of Bigfoot, I don't think of a herd of animals hanging out. You know, a short animal and a big animal, and you know, we're all Bigfoot hanging out. I think of just one lone creature stalking in the woods. Soon after those last more fantastical reports came in, the cow mutilations and alien reports really died down in Montana and throughout the US in general, leaving us to ask the question, why was it so prevalent and widespread during this time in America culture? These cow mutilations still exist and have existed a long time before the 1970s, but for whatever reason, it was a peak era back in around 1975. With the reports dying down, the investigations naturally kind of fizzled out as well, and we never got to the point where the FBI was looking into them to the degree that they were. Overall, the 1970s cattle mutilations are far from normal, and my favorite aspect of looking into this case and making this video is how many different angles people have and how different areas of the US saw different reasons as to why these cattle are dying in such mysterious ways. Things like Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, where beasts were seen the nights that these cattle died and were mutilated, and then going into other rural parts of the US, and all these UFO sightings are happening the same night that the cows are being killed and cut up in odd ways that don't make sense to the laws of nature. And then there's the craziness of a blood cult sneaking in around the West, killing all these cattle in different states, and even convicts making up stories in Montana about how some Texas cults are coming in and killing these cows. I love how everyone has a different reason as to why they're happening, but then these reasons pop up in different areas at the same time. It just makes it a much more rich mystery, as there's like multiple answers to the question of why are these cow mutilations happening? What is the bottom of this? Personally, I think that the majority of these cases actually involve some normal cow deaths with some slightly strange or odd circumstances, but there is the weird case that comes up every now and then where a weird cobweb substance is surrounding the cow as if Spider-Man came in and shot it with his webs, and the substance is actually petroleum something or other. That's just weird. There's also the cases where the soil around the cow dies and loses all of its nutrients. That's odd. That doesn't really make any sense. Also, the cuts being so fine and so irregular for predators really does raise an eyebrow. I'm not saying that I fully subscribe to the belief that these cow mutilations are supernatural. I'm just saying that at least one of these cows was used in a blood cult sacrifice. At least one of them. You know, there's a lot of weird stuff happening in the 70s, and a lot of cows died, and a lot of weird cuts were happening to these dead cows. At least one person dressed in all black came in and used the cow's organs for something. Can you admit that one of these cows died to a Texas blood cult? Can we just say one of them? I think we can. I think we can say one. And then there's also the cow that had like burn marks. We can say that cow got struck by lightning. I think that's a pretty good, weird solution. Like, it's weird. Like, a cow got struck by lightning and died. That's kind of crazy. You know, there is that classic saying where if you roll the dice enough times, a cow is going to get struck by lightning. You haven't heard that one? Really? You haven't heard that one? Well, clearly you haven't looked into the mysterious cow mutilations of the 1970s before. Overall, what do you guys think? What do you think is the most prevailing answer as to why these cattle were dying? Do you believe the super realistic explanation of this is just normal deaths and people were just a little bit more hysteric in the 1970s? Or are you like me, where you think that most of the deaths are normal and every once in a while there's a suspicious one that we don't have the answer to? Or do you believe that there is something else going on, whether it be cults, aliens, Bigfoot, cryptids, skinwalker creatures? I'm curious as to what you guys believe, because I know that there are a lot of suspicious things going on and a lot of different reasons as to why these cows are getting mutilated. This is the true story that combines the very real modern fear that every woman has while running alone, mixed with the fantasy of the Wild West and the days of the mountain man. However, what happened in 1984 was no story of gunslingers and early frontiermen, but instead a tale of two loners with a desperate desire to take whatever they wanted by any means necessary, and the lives that they forever changed because of those devilish desires. Hello and welcome to Montana After Midnight. I'm Devin, and today we're talking about the Kari Swenson 1984 abduction. I hope you guys really enjoy this fascinating true crime tale, and I'll probably catch you at the end of the video. Let's get into it. Kari Swenson was a Montana local and a student at the Montana State University who also works seasonally over the summer as a waitress at the Lone Mountain Ranch. This is in Big Sky, Montana, which is very near to Bozeman, where Montana State University is located and where Kari Swenson's parents actually lived. Furthermore, Kari was an accomplished biathlete with dreams of Olympic success in the near future. This led her to often go on long runs through the secluded mountain trails near the ranch where she worked as she trained for her biathlons. Biathlons, by the way, are so much more insane than a typical triathlon, which I am more accustomed to and have heard of before, which triathlons are like, okay, here's like the 3 best tests of endurance and we're going to put them all together in one race. Crazy hard, but pretty simple and makes sense. Surely a biathlon would be something similar, like running and biking, just take out the swimming or something, right? No. In case you're like me and you're wondering what a biathlon actually is, here you go. A biathlon is a winter sport that combines cross-country skiing and rifle shooting. The sport involves many different types of races, with contestants skiing through a cross-country trail that is divided into shooting rounds called bouts. The shooting rounds don't actually have a time limit, but depending on the competition, missed shots will result in extra distance or time being added to the contestant's total. So yeah, biathlons are a little bit more extreme and cooler, may I say, than a typical triathlon. Now, what makes biathlon so unique and interesting is the fact that you have the intense endurance test of the cross-country skiing race, and then you have to calm yourself down to be able to make a shot in the rifle shooting bouts that they have to do. So it's extremely challenging. It is a very interesting sport. And I guess I should pay more attention to the Winter Olympics because it sounds pretty cool and it's very different from a triathlon. And now I know that. It was on July 15th, 1984, while testing out a new trail for her training near Urals Lake area, I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, that Kari would unfortunately cross paths with Dan and Don Nichols. This was a terrifying, unstable father and son duo. While they shared a love for the wilderness, no one would ever confuse them with a couple of Boy Scouts. They were living off-grid and attempting to stay away from modern society's pressure and constraint. The two moved through the mountains quickly and simply took whatever they wanted. Don was the father and consequently in charge, while Dan followed his father's troubling delusions and any order he gave him. One of these frightening delusions was that Dan needed to get himself a wife, and his father Don knew just where to get one. Oh look, here comes Kari. Kari was in typical summer running gear. In Montana, in the mountains, it gets quite hot during the summertime. Trust me, I'm also a seasonal worker, and luckily I have worked near a huge lake, so I could always just jump in, but it gets up to 100 degrees over the summer, and this July heat is nothing to play with. So she was wearing a t-shirt and red running shorts. She had just begun her run up the new trail when she noticed 2 shaggy-looking woodsmen standing directly in her path. They were wearing dark camo clothes and were dirty from their months and months in the Montana mountains. Now, Kari simply tried to push right on past them, kindly asking if she was headed in the right direction and on the right trail, as this was her first time even using the path. However, just as she ran past the 2 men, Don grabbed her by the wrist and explained exactly what he had in store for her. He said that all they wanted to do was take her up into the mountains with them, and that he was sure that she was bound to love it. Weirdly, Kari screamed and somehow didn't immediately like the sound of that generous and kind offer from the 2 scary, dirty, random men in the woods. Oh yeah, and they had fully loaded guns. Don, putting to action his truly evil plan, then hit Kari and made Dan tie her wrist to a rope, which he then used to lead her further into the wilderness. Don followed right behind his son with Kari and pointed his gun directly at her back. Now, in doing research, I watch a whole bunch of different content, and I read a whole bunch of different articles, and I listen to different podcasts, and I try to get every single little bit of information that I possibly can about these cases. And I found an investigation discovery episode on this incident, and I watched the full thing with my brother, and I ran into something that was just kind of ridiculous in that episode, and I wanted to share it with you guys. Now, obviously, the content of this is pretty dark, but one of the investigators, when describing this situation that just occurred on the trail, he said that Kari's meeting with the Nichols was unlucky and that it was basically like they were going shopping and Kari just ended up in their cart. I also watched the beginning of a movie that came out a couple years after this case happened, like literally 3 years after this happened. They made a movie about it, and I watched the first probably 10 minutes, and it shows these two men harassing another woman, but she's fly fishing, and eventually her husband pops on screen, which means these men can't go after her. So in a way, I guess they were shopping, and she just happened to be the girl that fell into their cart. Now, after moving Kari far away from when they first grabbed her and making a camp, Don had Dan tie Kari to a tree with a chain before Don went out to hunt squirrels for dinner. But horrifically, in this brief moment alone, while Don was away, Dan showed Kari explicit pictures that he had drawn of naked women, only adding to her fear and the overwhelming sense of dread that had to have been going through Kari's mind. Kari, naturally fearing the worst, begged him not to touch her, to which he had this absolutely insane response. Dan promised Kari that him and his father wouldn't touch her, and they only wanted to keep her a few days until she would realize that she actually wanted to be there. Now, this is clearly beyond crazy, but at least it was the type of crazy that kept this night from taking an even darker turn that I'm sure you don't need me to go into detail on. And to think that these men were so delusional that they believed that they could have given her Stockholm Syndrome. I'm sure they didn't even know what that term meant, but, basically give her Stockholm Syndrome in just a few days, and then they would have their perfect off-grid wife, and they would walk into the Montana sunset. Thank you for making it this far into the video. If you've liked what you've seen so far, consider subscribing. It's free, and then you just get more videos just like this one. Also, leave a comment on what you think about the case. I read and respond to pretty much all my comments. And lastly, every like is appreciated because then it tells YouTube that my videos are doing pretty good. And I'm fairly new, so every like matters quite a bit. Anyway, let's get back to the video. Meanwhile, over at Lone Mountain Ranch, a rescue crew was building quickly. A few of Kari's friends, including Alan Goldstein, noticed that she was not at dinner for her usual waitress shift. Originally, they thought that maybe she had run into a grizzly bear or injured herself on her run, not even considering the bizarre circumstance that she now found herself in. Even Kari's parents joined the search, with her mother making supply kits for the rescue crews and her father taking to the skies in a helicopter to survey the area. The search party moved quickly and spared no expense trying to find Kari, and they tragically came within a mile of the Nichols camp that night before having to turn around the time of midnight. Due to the constant threats on Kari's life, she had no choice but to stay quiet, even as calls for her name passed directly by her, as Don and Dan made sure she knew that if anyone came close to the camp, they would be put down. Kari stayed up all night, too afraid to fall asleep, just staring at the full moon. The rescue crew started again just as the sun rose the next day, this time with even more people willing to help out. Most of the team split into pairs. Kari's friends Alan Goldstein and Jib Swaby picked up right where they left off on the trail and soon found themselves directly outside of the Nichols camp where they were calling for Kari's name last night. Fearing what might happen to her friends as they pushed forward into her captor's camp, Kari screamed for them to run away. To which, with his gun drawn, Don told Dan to shut her up. Moments later, Dan's pistol, pressed right up against Kari's chest, rang out with a shot. Alan and Jim pushed all the way into the Nichols camp after hearing her screams and the subsequent gunshot. As Jim went straight to Kari, now slowly bleeding out from her gunshot wound, Alan lifted his own gun toward Don and Dan and threatened them, demanding that they drop their weapons. Don, without hesitation, shot Alan directly in the face, killing him instantly. With his friend killed right in front of him, Jim had no other choice than to run right back down the trail and tell the others what had happened and where Kari was. With Dan's potential bride now dying on the ground, the two wannabe mountain men untied her and escaped further into the wilderness. It took 4 more hours for help to reach Kari, and the total ordeal lasted around 18 hours. Help finally arrived in the form of a helicopter which airlifted her out of the Montana mountains to the nearest hospital. It was said that the only reason she survived was due to her intense conditioning and her incredible control over her breathing. While lying there for hours with a collapsed lung filling with blood, she remained calm and slowed her breathing as best she could. And while forever changed, she would go on to make an incredible recovery. Alan, in trying to save Kari, died at age 36, leaving behind a teenage daughter, a wife, and 2 younger brothers. Investigators soon flooded the nearby woods looking for any sign of the dastardly father and son duo, quickly coming across the phrase "Don and Dan Nichols live in these mountains," carved right into the side of the tree. As the media got a hold of this story, the 2 men were rapidly turning into mountain man legends reminiscent of a time lost long ago. While in truth, these 2 were just lonely individuals without a spot in society. They fled further into the mountains, evading law enforcement for months until 2 weeks before Christmas. And after being on the run for that long, the winter conditions were getting harsher and the men were getting sloppier. Sheriff Johnny France of Madison County heard wind of a campsite not too far from where he was and in an area that he knew well that had the potential of housing Don and Dan Nichols. With it being December and having heavy snow on the ground, he took a snowmobile up the mountain to the sighting of where the Nichols camp was located. He went alone with his rifle prepared to end this manhunt all on his own that day right there. Johnny France approached the camp with his rifle drawn and had it fixed right on Dan. But Don wasn't going to come that easily. Don met the sheriff with his own rifle, and just like that, in the bitter cold, a standoff formed right there on a snowy mountain. Now, before things escalated too quickly, France made these raggedy men an offer that they simply couldn't refuse. In the tension, he said, "Don't make me kill you," and then he promised that he could guarantee a warm bed, warm water, and food. With a gun aimed right at his son, Don Nichols finally gave in. It would seem that the sheriff and the winter conditions had finally worn them down, and now they were coming back into society once again to face the consequences of their actions. Those consequences would be carried out in a Virginia city courtroom where both men were tried for their misdeeds. Donald Nichols was charged with kidnapping, deliberate homicide, and aggravated assault. The aggravated assault was against Kari, and the deliberate homicide was against Alan Goldstein. Don Nichols got 85 years in prison, which was one of the harshest sentences for a kidnapping case at the time. Judge Frank Davis stated that Don showed a complete disregard for human life. Dan Nichols was charged with kidnapping, assault, and additional misdemeanor charges related with fleeing and resisting. The assault was for shooting Kari Swenson. Dan Nichols got a 10-year sentence. The courtroom recognized that he played a key role but was heavily influenced by his father. In 2017, Don was eventually released from prison on parole after serving 32 years of his sentence. But recently, in 2023, he passed away. Dan was released just 6 years after his initial incarceration and lived a relatively quiet life since his release. However, he did have another run-in with the law in 2013 for a marijuana charge. He has since gone back out of prison and now continues his life as a free man, living, from what I can tell, a pretty normal life, still here in Montana. Kari's road to recovery was a challenging one, but she was ready to prove that nothing could hold her back. This traumatic kidnapping occurred in mid-July of 1984, and by the fall, she was already training for biathlons once again. Though it was often painful, she kept moving forward, striving for greatness despite even the most challenging hurdles. Kari's dedication earned her a spot on the United States biathlon team. She competed in the 1986 biathlon held in Norway, where she finished 4th. Later that year, she retired from biathlons altogether. Through her many athletic accomplishments, Kari proved that she was more than just a news headline of a kidnapped young girl in the mountains of Montana. A few years later, women's biathlons became an official event in the Olympics, just out of Kari's reach. Today, Kari is doing well. She's even a practicing veterinarian back in Bozeman, Montana, although she is still affected every day by what happened to her all those years ago. If you'd like to hear more from Kari's perspective about her accomplishments and what happened in 1984, I've linked the 30 for 30 podcast that I listened to that helped me prep for making this video. Also in that podcast is Alan Goldstein's daughter, who gave her thoughts on her father's heroic actions during the 1984 kidnapping. And right there is the Kari Swenson 1984 kidnapping. Now, this was a huge deal when it came out. The media was all over this. Usually when I talk about any Montana history, I'll be able to find a couple newspaper clips and articles and headlines. This one had a ton. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that Kari Swenson was an international athlete, with her being a biathlonist. with her being a biathlete. So a lot of people over in Norway, for example, where she competed later, knew about her. So this was a huge case and everyone wanted to know what was going on. But that also let people go over the top with the mountain men aesthetic of the perpetrators, the two men, Don and his son Dan. A lot of people just attributed them to being mountain men. I used clips from Jeremiah Johnson in this video because that's what it seemed like the newspapers were kind of getting at. Oh, these old school mountain men didn't really fit in with society, but I think in fact they were more so just criminals, or mainly Don, who was basically brainwashing his son Dan, as I would put it, and probably how the court saw it. That's why Dan got such a lighter prison sentence, because he was 19 and just following after his father. Now, of course, there are two huge victims in the story, one being Kari herself after being shot, and that really messed up the rest of her career. Now, of course, she persevered and did extremely well within her sport, within her competition. But there is that question of what if she never got shot and had that collapsed lung and didn't have to fight through all this constant pain? Could she have been even better? And of course, the other victim is the only person that lost their life throughout this whole ordeal, which was Alan Goldstein, and of course his family. Like I mentioned previously, there are a whole bunch of different interviews with Alan Goldstein's daughter. She talked in the Investigation Discovery episode that I watched. She was also in the podcast, so I highly recommend checking those things out. With this kidnapping being so high profile, there are a lot of different sources of media that were created about it, which makes it a really unique thing. For example, there is that NBC movie made about this incident that came out 3 years later. So this is something that I think you can really sink your teeth deep into if it really fascinated you. But I think I did a pretty good job covering the actual incidents, and I hope you guys really enjoyed it. And if you're a little bit older listening to this, were you around when the news went crazy over this biathlete getting kidnapped and then eventually escaping with her life, although being gravely wounded, and then her comeback story? Did you hear about it at all? Let me know in the comments. And as always, on October 7th, 1986, two rangers set out to look for William John Tazinski just 500 yards from his abandoned vehicle in Yellowstone National Park. And it wasn't long before they came face to face with the grizzly that had killed him days earlier, William's leg still firmly in her jaws. Just a month earlier, a bear, only known as number 59, was captured with her two cubs and relocated 22 miles from the popular canyon area of Yellowstone National Park to the more wild Cub Creek. This wasn't the first time the park had attempted to move her. Rangers have been trying for years to push the increasingly habituated grizzly further away from visitors. Within weeks, she had already returned to the canyon area, this time without her cubs. Whether she lost them or left them behind is unknown. Throughout September, she was regularly located in the canyon region, foraging for yampa and melica, which are both plants native to North America and a favorite of wildlife. Fresh signs of her feeding were found across the Otter Creek area right up until the time of her deadly encounter. On the evening of October 3rd, 1986, William John Tazinski eased his old blue Chevy Impala onto the highway. Bill was decisive, confident, and physically fit, highly experienced in the outdoors, and known for his skill in both hunting and wilderness navigation. One of his greatest passions was wildlife photography, and that night he would be headed down towards Clyde Park, Montana, a small rural community about 90 miles north of Yellowstone, to sell some of his photos to a local rancher. He used a prearranged, unanswered collect call to signal to a close friend that he had arrived safely. Despite this safety measure, the next morning, Bill's Impala was found abandoned along the Grand Loop Road, parked in a pullout 3 miles south of the canyon area inside of Yellowstone National Park. Just 2 weeks after bear number 59 returned to the canyon area, Bill Tazinski arrived there too, their fates now forever intertwined. This is the story of the unsettling and tragic fates of both Bill Tazinski and bear number 59. I came across this story by looking into unusual Yellowstone deaths. What's interesting is I didn't find this story on its own. I found a 2011 bear attack in Yellowstone, which briefly mentioned Bill Tazinski, but what really caught my eye were the comments left underneath the post where someone claiming to be Bill Tazinski's child said that the story that we know today and that is most widely talked about is wrong. So I'm going to walk you through the commonly accepted tale of what happened that day in Yellowstone National Park between Bill Tazinski and bear number 59. Then, after I do that, I'm going to look over the comments and talk about the discrepancies and see where the truth might actually lie. My sources for this video include an investigative report from the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee, and I also watched my very first episode of Tooth and Claw, which is a podcast with 3 guys where they talk about all these different attacks from wild animals. I found that very fascinating, and that definitely gave me a different perspective, so I'm excited to play off of that later in the video. The early history of bear number 59 is unknown. She was first captured in 1980 during a trapping operation for another bear. At the time, she was only 2 years old. She was relocated 31.5 miles away to High Lake, but shortly after she returned to Canyon area. In July and August of 1981, she started being recorded in residential areas. As she spent more time around people, she increasingly became more habituated, leading rangers to want to relocate her more and more to get her away from people. She was captured again in August of 1981, and she was moved 25 miles to Saddle Mountain. She returned to the canyon area within 5 days of being moved 25 miles. Bears, like many animals, have an innate sense where they're able to go back to home if that's what they want to do. It's kind of like trying to get rid of a skunk. There's a skunk in your shed, you trap it, you take it 20 miles away into the woods, and somehow, someway, a week later, that skunk is underneath your shed again. Animals just find a way to come back. From 1981 to 1985, she was regularly monitored as part of a research program. During the study observations, she showed little reaction to any kind of human activity. By early 1986, bear number 59 was raising her second litter of cubs. In June, she was photographed preying on elk calves with them, and by late July, she was feeding on a bison carcass in the canyon area. This is typical behavior for bears as they're opportunistic omnivores, meaning that they will eat whatever they get their hands on that is easily available to them. This means things like small game, scavenging carcasses, and also eating plants is all on the table for bears. Throughout August, she was repeatedly seen grazing in a softball field and walking around a campground. This drew in crowds of people, and she was photographed many times, although she showed no aggression and pretty much didn't even acknowledge humans. She did find herself getting into some trouble though. One summer evening, she attempted to enter an electric freezer, which was illegally placed outside of a trailer in the canyon area. This caused her to be sprayed with a fire hydrant from about 7 feet away, and this successfully deterred her and she ran away. She didn't show any signs of aggression, she just ran away, even with being hit with a fire extinguisher. Kind of like makeshift bear spray, I guess. But in her freezer heist, she obtained no food, and even at the close range, like I said, she expressed no signs of aggression towards the person involved. She was also known to occasionally try to access the garbage in Cascade Meadows picnic area, although this was said to be infrequent. Now, this is a clear sign of problematic habituation. The constant interaction with humans allowed the bear instincts to be desensitized to the human presence. However, this is still very dangerous, and there is an unpredictable limit of how much a bear is willing to take when it comes to human interaction. Basically, while desensitized to humans, a bear is still a bear, and if anything, being more habituated towards humans is a more dangerous thing for bears. This brings us back to the beginning of the video and September, when bear number 59 was relocated to Cub Creek 22 miles from the canyon area, only for her to return weeks later without them. While we don't know exactly what happened to these cubs, grizzly cubs typically remain with their mother much longer than she had her cubs, and it's typically for protection against predators and other adult male grizzlies who will take out competing males' cubs if they get the chance. So this doesn't mean that the cubs are necessarily dead, it's just on the very early side of her not being with her cubs. So we don't know if she left them, lost them, or if they died. Now completely alone, just weeks before Bill Tazinski made his trip down to Yellowstone, bear number 59 was tracked moving between 3 feeding areas where she had been digging up Malika and Yampa, some of which were visible from the road leading out of the canyon area. Born and raised in the Little Belt Mountains of Montana, Tazinski grew up outdoors. By every account, he was an exceptionally skilled woodsman and an excellent hunter, rarely returning home without game. Physically, Tazinski was in great condition. He had some impairments such as a right eye which had an old injury and an ankle that tended to give him some problems. But other than that, these issues weren't considered very serious and he seemed to be in good health. He was known as a capable and experienced outdoorsman, able to sustain long periods of physical exertion. He rarely brought anyone with him as he hunted or photographed wildlife, as he thought that they would only slow him down and wouldn't be able to keep up with him. He was a mechanic by profession, and he worked as a mechanic for 19 years in the Great Falls area, being employed by the City Motors Chevrolet garage in Great Falls. Bill had been married and was the father of 3 children: Monique, who lived in Great Falls, Chantel, who also lived in Great Falls, and Pon, who lived with his mother in Florida. To build off that, about 18 months before his trip down to Yellowstone, Bill had gone through a divorce. To help pay the bills, Tazinski turned towards his passion of wildlife photography, selling his work on the side, hence his visit to Clyde Park, Montana, to meet up with that rancher. Tazinski's photographs were displayed in galleries all over Great Falls, and he was described as a very determined photographer who would do anything for a good photo. Supposedly, Bill Tazinski recently had told his brother that the only major animal in Montana that he hadn't had a good photo of yet was a grizzly bear. And several family and friends, when told that Tazinski made his way down to Yellowstone, felt the reason for why he would go would be to photograph a bear. It's unknown why Bill decided to head down to Yellowstone after his meeting in Clyde Park with the rancher, but it can be assumed it was to capture some wildlife photos in the park. I mean, why not if he was in the area? First, his Impala was spotted near Cascade Meadows at around 10 o'clock, and then again in the Otter Creek pull-off, this time around 11 in the morning. This time it was reported by a ranger who noted that it looked like he had pulled off into the pullout rather quickly. Just hours before Bill's car had been spotted in Otter Creek, he had gotten some photos of buffalo in the Hayden Valley. Now, here at Otter Creek, it seems like Bill had another exciting opportunity to get some awesome photos. Now remember that 2 out of 3 of Bear 59's favorite feeding locations were visible from the road. And during this time period, she was tracked visiting these areas heavily. Bill decided to leave his Impala, gathering up his camera gear, wearing an elk bugle around his neck, a camel floppy hat, and a belt buckle that said Bill around his waist, which honestly is a 10 out of 10 outfit. To get the best vantage point for his photo, Bill walked about 450 yards away from his car. Bill followed the Merry Mountain Trail toward the prize animal. However, with being an advanced outdoorsman, Bill decided he would split off from the trail to get the best photo. Now, whatever happened next between William John Tazinski and bear number 59 is between them and God. No one else knows exactly what happened. However, with reviewing the scene, we can come up with a couple theories as to what happened. By October 7th, it was clear that Tazinski was missing, so search parties set out from where he had left his car. That morning, rangers located the site, not visible from the road, behind a small knoll, which is a small hill, approximately 450 yards from the highway. The location contained multiple fresh bear digging and feeding sites. Tazinski's camera and tripod were found on the ground. The tripod was fully extended with one leg bent and twisted, and the plastic foot from one of the tripod legs was found buried in the ground. The camera body was found upward from the tripod and covered in dry blood, grass, and dirt. A drag trail began 10 yards uphill from the camera and continued about 45 to 50 feet downhill. Blood was everywhere and present at the very top of the drag trail and continued all the way down. Foliage and dirt, grass, everything was completely covered in blood, showing heavy signs of blood loss. The elk bugle that was around his neck, connected with a nylon cord, was found uphill from the camera. The cord was caught on some sagebush, blood-soaked, and was completely crushed. Tazinski's remains were briefly fed on and then buried, which is otherwise known as a cache, which is a storage mechanism for bears who make a kill and then store their food for later so they can keep coming back to it and eat over time. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, when the rangers came across the site, bear number 59 was there and still feeding on Bill Tazinski's leg. Unsurprisingly, all physical evidence seemed to align with the conclusion that William John Tazinski was fatally injured by a bear attack. So what actually happened? So here's the first theory, which is what experts and most people online seem to believe. While driving down from the canyon area, it's believed that Bill Tazinski saw bear number 59 feeding from the road. Eager to capture his elusive grizzly bear photo, he hurriedly pulled off into the Otter Creek turnout. He gathered up his gear, followed the walking path, and eventually climbed over a small knoll, which is basically just a small hill, to get closer to the bear. At that point, Bill was about 40 yards away from bear number 59 as it was feeding. Tazinski was able to get this close to the bear because he was upwind of the bear, meaning it wasn't able to smell or sense him coming. From there, Bill set up his tripod and put the bear perfectly in frame exactly how he wanted it. Now, we have to say that Bear 59 was accustomed to being around humans, but this situation was a little bit different. First of all, they were in one of Bear 59's favorite feeding grounds, and this location did not have any normal human traffic, so it was alarming to see someone there. Second, Bill wasn't just observing, he wanted something out of the situation, aka his prized photo. An idea brought up by the Tooth and Claw podcast, which I said I listened to at the beginning of this video and will be linked in the description, is that Bill may have used his elk bugle to alarm the bear and get it to lift its head up to get a more perfect photo of the grizzly. If true, this could have easily startled the bear and caused it to charge or bluff charge. Now, whether if Tazinski tried to provoke the bear or if he simply got too close, the result was the same. After the bear decided to charge Bill, given his outdoor experience and gritty nature, it's likely that he decided to fight back, which probably only made the situation worse. Now, depending on the situation, there's a whole bunch of different rules to follow when being attacked by a bear, but given that this was a defensive attack after he startled the bear by either getting too close or using the elk bugle or what have it, the bear probably wasn't out to kill him and then eat him. It was probably just trying to get rid of this hostile entity in its area. So by him fighting back, it actually only provoked the bear to go even further. This is why some people will say if it's brown, lie down. Bear advice is very specific to the situation, but fighting back probably only agitated the bear even more in this one. Like I mentioned, after the attack, bear number 59 cached his body, covering and then returning to feed on it later. The report is that the rangers found the bear with his leg still in its jaws. This is probably because the denim on his legs were rough and hard to get through, so it was naturally saved for last. Other parts of him were easier to eat at the beginning, so they were eaten earlier, which is kind of disturbing to think about, but yeah, his legs were saved for last because they were the hardest to get to. When rangers decided to approach the bear, as it had Tazinski's remains, they decided to go within 75 to 80 yards away from it. The The bear wasn't aggressive immediately. It didn't charge or bluff. It simply just observed the rangers from a distance. However, in a deliberate move, it did grab and drag the remains of Bill Tazinski further away from them, about 12 feet, basically trying to protect her meal. She did some typical bear stay away from me reactions, such as hoofing a couple of times, trying to tell the rangers to back off, but ultimately wasn't all that aggressive, just trying to protect its food, which unfortunately happened to be a person in this circumstance. Eventually, the rangers did decide that they had to put the bear down. It's said that the bear showed more aggression as they were going to put it down. Whether that means it showed more aggression and then they shot it, or they were literally about to shoot it and then it got upset, I don't really know. The report was a little bit vague, but basically it wasn't very aggressive up until the moment they had to kill it, and then it showed more aggression, which makes sense. Now, not every animal that kills a human is immediately put down and shot, but this situation was a little bit different because this bear was very habituated to the area, getting closer and closer to humans, was relocated multiple times, and now had killed and consumed somebody. The fact that it was actively eating William Tazinski was the line that was crossed where the bear was decidedly put down. Like I mentioned at the very beginning of this video, there is an alternative theory to what happened between William John Tazinski and bear number 59. This was brought up in a comment section of a post talking about another bear attack. I know, kind of crazy, but hey, I found it. The commenter said that they are the child of Bill Tazinski and they are sick of people getting the story wrong. What I'm going to do is read through the comment word for word. There's actually 2 of them, and then leave them on screen for you guys, and then we'll dissect them. First of all, these comments are extremely old. This article came out in 2011. 15 years ago. These comments are separated by about 30 minutes, I believe the day that the post was even made. Like I said, it's so old I couldn't figure out who actually posted them, although they do claim to be Bill Tazinski's child, son or daughter. He had both, so I don't really know. The first comment reads, "The mauling on William Tazinski was not because he was taking pictures of grizzlies. He had no pictures on his camera of grizzly bears. Just because he had a camera with him does not mean he was taking pictures of grizzlies. There is no proof of this, and in 1986, bear management in Yellowstone was not as well organized as it is today. The bear that killed Tazinski was a habitual bear and was tranquilized and separated from her cubs. She was repeatedly tranquilized and moved because she was a troublesome bear. She was a time bomb waiting to happen, but they don't tell you that side of the story. William Tazinski was my father. My heart goes out to this family. Please be mindful of loved ones' feelings when stories are written." Now, I believe this next comment was also written by the same person because they share a lot of similarities, although this one doesn't claim to be related to Bill Tazinski, although I do think it was written by the same person, and it goes into a little bit more detail. "William Tazinski did not take one picture of a grizzly bear in Yellowstone National Park. Tazinski had his camera on a tripod in the middle of an open field with an elk bugle. I've been there many times in the field where he was killed. In 1986, bear management was not as well organized as it is today. Wheat Littensley, author, made sure that William Tazinski looked like the problem in his grizzly bear attack. Mr. Littensley did not know Bill Tazinski and glamorized his story by making Tazinski look like an arrogant outdoorsman. The real story that was never told about the Tazinski mauling was that bear 59 was a habitual bear that had been tranquilized and moved repeatedly because it was a troubled bear. Her last tranquilizer separated her from her cubs and she was not happy. Tazinski was in the wrong spot at the wrong time. William Tazinski was a very knowledgeable outdoorsman and knew better than to approach a bear too close. Tazinski had no pictures of grizzly bears on his film, and therefore saying that he was taking pictures of grizzly bears was incorrect and rumors established by Mr. Winsley to sell books. Now, every article and book is based on misspread facts. Just because Tazinski had a camera does not mean he was taking pictures of bears. I am truly sorry for this family's loss. I know how it feels." That last sentence really makes me think that this was written by the same person who claims to be related to William Tazinski. Now, because of the nature of the internet, we don't know if this person is actually related to William Tazinski or if they're making it up, but by the passion, I'm just going to go off the assumption that they are actually related to him. This fact could add a little bit of credibility to what they're saying, but it could also introduce a little bit of bias. And going along with what this comment believes, here's an alternative theory to what happened to William John Tazinski. Bill Tazinski was driving down from the canyon area in Yellowstone National Park when he saw a herd of elk in a meadow. Seeing this, knowing it was a great opportunity for a photo, he decided to hurriedly pull off into the Otter Creek pullout area. From there, being a confident outdoorsman, he followed a walking trail until he decided to go further into the woods where he could set up his camera for a better photo of the meadow and the elk, hence why he had his elk bugle on him at the time. Bill, however, unknowingly wandered into Bear 59's favorite feeding location. As Bill was setting up his camera to take photos of the elk, Bear number 59 came back to his favorite feeding location and wasn't pleased to have him there. From there, it was wrong place, wrong time, and the bear could have bluff charged or really charged, and Bill, standing his ground, decided to fight against the bear. This being a bad idea, as the bear only got more and more upset and eventually mauled William to death. And that's pretty much the alternative theory. Instead of seeing a bear and wanting to chase the bear and take a photo of it, getting way too close, Bill saw elk, set up a camera to get the best shot of the elk, unknowingly entering a bear's feeding ground. And then the bear startled to see him, attacked him, and then the result was the same. I honestly could see how either one of these events could have played out, and I'm not gonna full-heartedly say that Bill just chased down the bear. I do think it makes a little bit more sense for Bill to have seen the bear and then try to get a photo of it. And the reason why I believe that is that there's no photos on Bill's camera in Otter Creek. He had 2 photos of the American buffalo from earlier in that day, but he didn't have a single photo of, let's say, elk in the meadow after setting up the camera. He also didn't have any photos of the bear, but you could argue that the bear charged him before he was able to take a photo. I also find it interesting that William Tazinski's child in these comments is arguing that Bill was not there to take photos of bears, where in the official report that I used as a source for this video, there are family members and friends of Bill's that were saying that, yeah, he definitely was out looking for a photo of a bear. However, the line that could be cut in the sand is that William would have taken a photo of a bear, but he isn't stupid enough to follow a bear and try to get within 40 yards of it to take a photo. He was too much of a competent outdoorsman to do something like that. So sitting here today recording this video, I don't have a definitive answer if he chased down the bear or if he was in the wrong place at the wrong time taking photos of elk, but the official report says that he most likely saw the bear, tracked it down, set up his camera 40 yards away, and then the bear charged him. No matter what the true story is, it's a tragic death of a man taken way too soon who clearly enjoyed wildlife, enjoyed nature, and enjoyed our national parks. Super sad, and my heart goes out to his family, including the person that wrote these comments. I am sorry for their loss. My question for you watching the video is, what do you believe? Leave it in the comments. Do you think that he recklessly followed a bear and tried to take a photo of it? Do you think he was too smart, being an accomplished outdoorsman, and probably was taking photos of elk when he unfortunately ran into the bear unknowingly in its favorite feeding grounds? Whatever it is, let me know in the comments. And don't think that I forgot about earlier when I told you to comment about what you thought was going to happen in the video. And then I said comment if you're right or wrong. If you didn't leave a comment back then, that's pretty messed up. You gotta like and subscribe right now because you hurt my feelings earlier by not commenting. Now, if you didn't know, I made a video on the Night of the Grizzlies. I highly recommend you watch that one if you haven't seen it already. This story, compared to Night of the Grizzlies, had a much smaller impact. Night of the Grizzlies was a bizarre 1 in a trillion event where 2 teenage girls were attacked by 2 separate grizzly bears in Glacier National Park on the same exact night. And because of that, there was a lot of reform on how we interact with bears and how we get rid of trash in national parks. This story took place about 20 years later and had a much less impact on how we interact with bears, Although I will say the relocation of bears is now looked at as not one of the better ways to deal with a habituated bear, because if that bear wants to come back, it most certainly will. And if a bear has bad relationship with humans here, you move it over there, it's still going to have that bad relationship with humans. And by bad relationship, I mean going through the trash, getting too close, which eventually will statistically result in a harmful interaction where a bear hurts somebody, kills somebody, or they have to kill the bear. Today, we're much better about saying that humans should be by humans, bears should be by bears. Literally leave them as wild as possible, along with most every other animal, because the closer we allow bears and humans to get, statistically, the more negative interactions they're going to have. Nathaniel Benjamin Levi Bar Jonah seemed determined to commit every deplorable act a person could. He was a child abuser, police and FBI impersonator, and alleged cannibal. His crimes began when he was just 7 years old, and this is easily one of the most disturbing cases I have ever covered on this channel. Born David Paul Brown on February 15, 1957 in Worcester, Massachusetts, he was the youngest of 3 children to Philip and Tyra Brown, an aircraft mechanic and housewife. Nathan's troubles seem to have started before he was even born. When his mother was 3 months pregnant, she was involved in a car accident at a red light. She spent the final 6 months of her pregnancy in a neck brace, a grim bit of foreshadowing of the pain that Nathan would inflict upon others. As a child, he was gluttonous, frequently upset, and extremely adverse to being touched. According to Nathan, his father often beat him, sometimes from stealing from siblings, other times simply out of the fear that Nathan might grow up to be gay. But things escalated quickly. During a brief period when the family lived in Florida, Nathan committed his first truly violent act. At just 7 years old, he lured a young girl into his basement with the promise of a Ouija board that could tell the future. Believe it or not, that was a lie. Once alone, he attempted to strangle the girl. Fortunately, the girl managed to scream, alerting Nathan's mother. In hindsight, she probably saved the little girl's life by checking on them, yet Nathan received little to no punishment. And his violent actions didn't stop there. Years later, at the age 15, he went back to his old behavior. This time, he crafted a ransom-style note using letters cut out of magazines, but instead of threatening someone, he used it to lure 2 young boys to a cemetery with the promise of $20 and a surprise. Luckily, the boys' mother discovered the scheme and stopped it before anything bad could happen. Although she did decline to press charges, hoping that Nathan would get some psychiatric help as opposed to getting locked up in jail. Unfortunately, Nathan got away without getting locked up and any treatment. Just a year later, in 1974, Nathan attempted to abduct a 9-year-old Mary Patrone in Woodstock, Connecticut. She screamed and resisted, causing him to let her go. Tragically, she would be the last victim to escape Nathan Bar Jonah without receiving life-altering trauma. Trust me, it gets much worse from here. In March 1975, now 18 and a legal adult, Nathan escalated things once again, this time impersonating a police officer. Using this disguise, he abducted 8-year-old Richard O'Connor on his way to school. A neighbor witnessed the kidnapping and immediately called the police, who quickly located the vehicle listed in the report. The scene they found was absolutely horrific, and by far the worst thing that I've had to research for this channel so far. The boy had been sexually assaulted and violently choked. The details are so disturbing that for your sake, I'm going to spare you most of them. Bear in mind, I've covered a couple true crime cases on this channel and multiple bear attacks, but this is by far the most evil thing I've ever had to research, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Given the brutality, Nathan was arrested and convicted, and then put on probation. Literally no prison time, and he was able to walk the streets again. This slap in the wrist only emboldened his actions, and sure enough, he struck again. Just before graduating high school, Bar Jonah drove to Hartford, Connecticut, once again impersonating a police officer. This time, he abducted a 9-year-old girl and assaulted her until she began convulsing. Panicking, he dumped her on the sidewalk and fled. Once again, he was spotted, once again, he was arrested, and once again, he was released. This time, even managing to slip past his probation officer, who knew nothing of this assault. If you're frustrated at this point in the video, trust me, I am too, and even doing research into this case, I found that most people were frustrated with the amount of times that this guy was let off the hook. Trust me, you're not alone. Given that his probation officer didn't know of his most recent assault, in 1976, Jonah was officially released from his probation on the assault of Richard O'Connor. Most disturbingly, he even received a letter thanking him for his cooperation throughout his probation. Quick aside, just you and me, researching this case made me realize how, in the 1960s and early 70s, how someone like the Zodiac Killer got away. Because they couldn't even put this guy in jail. Multiple eyewitnesses of this dude assaulting children, and he didn't even get put in prison. So no surprise why back in the day serial killers were not found. Oh, and don't worry, the system failures did not stop there. On September 24th, 1977, Jonah escalated things once again. This time, he upped the ante and impersonated an FBI agent. He abducted another 2 boys while they were exiting a movie theater. He drove them to a secluded area and handcuffed them. At the time, Jonah weighed a monstrous 375 pounds, and he used his intimidating size to his advantage. He locked up one boy in the trunk of his car while he dragged the other one away, where he attempted to strangle and suffocate the boy underneath his own immense body weight. Believing that he had killed the young child, Jonah blew cigarette ashes on his believed to be dead corpse and walked away. The boy stayed perfectly still until Jonah left the scene, where he seized the opportunity and then ran to find the police. Thankfully, officers quickly arrested Jonah and saved the boy from the trunk of his car. This time, the justice system finally responded with something that resembled seriousness. Jonah was convicted of attempted murder and sentenced to 18 to 22 years. But instead of serving that sentence in a traditional correctional facility, he was transferred to Bridgewater State Hospital for psychiatric evaluation. And what psychiatrics uncovered about Jonah is chilling. While there, Jonah repeatedly told them about his sexual fantasies involving murder, torture, dissection, and importantly, cannibalism. That latter fact of cannibalism being what he's most known for today. It was at that hospital that in 1984 that he legally changed his name to Nathaniel Benjamin Levi Jonah. If you remember at the beginning of the video, his birth name was David Paul Brown, but he did change it in the hospital, and he's most widely known as Jonah. He gave conflicting reasons on why he decided to change his name. Sometimes he claimed he wanted to honor Jewish heritage or to have a name that sounded like it came from the Old Testament of the Bible. Other times he was more vulgar, saying that he wanted to know what it felt like to be a discriminated Jew, which I can say, if not already established, this dude's crazy and kind of a total douchebag. I don't think he was trying to relate to Old Testament heritage. I think he was trying to get out of the hospital early and also make fun of Jewish people. That's what I think he was trying to do. But unbelievably, it kind of worked. In 1991, a few years early from his original prison sentence, Christian psychologists said that he was saved and now a child of God and ready to be released, and he was. Mind you, this is 4 years earlier than his minimum original prison sentence. 1 month later, unsurprisingly, he struck again. And this attack is probably the most ridiculous one of all of them. This time, he spotted a 7-year-old child sitting alone inside of a car right outside of the post office of Oxford, Massachusetts. Jonah climbed into the vehicle and sat directly on top of the child. When bystanders noticed and approached, he fled. By happenstance, the police officer that had arrested him 15 years earlier recognized him based off of the description and had taken Jonah into custody once more. Ridiculously, Jonah claimed that he had gotten inside of the car just to get out of the rain, and he didn't even realize that the little boy was there. Now, obviously, you don't need me to tell you that that is a bizarre excuse for doing what he did, especially knowing his past track record. But later he did admit to lying and that he intended to kill the child. Now, this guy is obviously the worst that a person could possibly be, and I didn't realize how bad it was going to be until I started researching it. And at the same time, this guy is so laughably stupid. So far, he's gotten caught every single time that he's ever attacked somebody, at least by witnesses. Maybe the justice system didn't come through, but he's been seen every single time and reported. And in these last 2 cases where he suffered the most extreme punishment, his whole plan was to be so fat and to sit on his victim to kill them. Not to mention the fact that he lied about getting into a stranger's car to avoid the rain, which is totally not a normal thing to do, and then just immediately admitted that he was trying to kill the child. This is just absolutely ridiculous, and it gets even worse. Disgustingly for this, Bar Jonah only received 2 years of probation under the condition that he moved to Great Falls, Montana, and never returned to Massachusetts. Which is awesome. Yeah, just pawn him off to Montana, let him terrorize people there, and forget about him. Great job, Massachusetts. Now, he was sent to Great Falls, Montana because his mom begged them to put him on probation and live in Great Falls, Montana with his sibling at the time. So it wasn't targeted towards Montana, like just, yeah, throw him in Montana. It was to be by family who could then watch over him, technically, but still obviously a far cry from justice, and he should not have been put on probation anywhere. Once in Great Falls, Bar Jonah started collecting toys, memorabilia, Star Wars items, and frequently held yard sales to hopefully attract young children. In December 1993, he was accused of molesting a boy that he was babysitting. Bar Jonah's defense: if he had did anything along those lines, he would have killed the child. So clearly, he can't be guilty. Apparently, this case was ultimately dropped because Bar Jonah's right to a speedy trial was violated, and once again, this let him slip right through the cracks. And then came the case that changed everything. On February 6, 1996, 10-year-old Zachary Ramsey left his apartment that he shared with his mother around 7:34 a.m. to walk to elementary school. He followed his normal route, cutting through an alleyway near North 4th Street in Great Falls. Zach never made it to school that day. Zach was wearing a blue denim jacket with green sleeves, a blue football jersey with his name printed on the back, snow-washed jeans, and high-top sneakers. Neighbors whose windows overlooked the alleyway reported seeing him on his normal route to school. Other neighbors also report seeing an off-white 4-door car sitting near the alleyway. Other witnesses report seeing Nathaniel Bar Jonah standing near a dumpster in the alleyway that same morning. Those witnesses said that Bar Jonah was wearing a dark navy blue shirt. Given his history, it's likely that he was wearing that to impersonate a police officer. When Zach didn't arrive at school, officials contacted his mother. With no other students missing, alarm bells already started ringing. By that afternoon, a missing persons report was already underway. The FBI sent detectives a list of locally registered sex offenders, but investigators already had their eye on Bar Jonah. Detectives requested a warrant to search the home of Bar Jonah's mother, where he had been staying since he was forced to relocate to Montana. Horrifically, that request was denied, and Bar Jonah abruptly moved out. Incredibly disappointing, yes, but unfortunately there was no hard evidence connecting Bar Jonah and Zachary's disappearance, or even evidence that a crime had occurred at all. It was also clear at the time that the community didn't want to give up hope that Zach could still be alive. On December 13, 1999, Bar Jonah was spotted outside of a grade school wearing a dark blue jacket and a knit cap, carrying 2 cans of pepper spray, a toy gun, and a toy badge. Detectives and the Montana Attorney General charged Bar Jonah with impersonating a police officer and concealing a weapon. Finally, on December 15th, a judge approved a search warrant for his new apartment and his mother's home. Inside, the police found a coat containing toy badges, a stun gun, and a baseball cap that read Security Enforcement. Disturbingly, they also found a ceiling-mounted pulley in the kitchen. They also found 2 albums filled with cutouts of young children from magazines and, even worse, local yearbooks. When it was all said and done, police took 55 boxes worth of evidence from Bar Jonah's apartment. And trust me, the deeper they dug, the worse it got. Further investigation revealed that Bar Jonah had access to his mother's white car, which matched the vehicle seen near the alley on the morning of Zachary's disappearance. Detectives also learned that Bar Jonah's family was out of town that day for a funeral, and Bar Jonah himself was off of work. A second warrant uncovered even more disturbing material. Detectives found a list titled Lake Webster containing 54 boys' names, later identified as boys from Bar Jonah's youth in Massachusetts, including 3 that he had been convicted of abducting in the 1970s. Zachary Ramsey's name appeared in the list as well. Written right next to it was the word dead. Investigators also found dozens of news clippings around Zachary's disappearance. Hundreds of thousands of photographs of children were recovered, along with undeveloped film containing sexual images of Bar Jonah and 3 unidentified boys. Detectives were able to identify and locate these boys, finding out that they lived directly above Bar Jonah. The boys' ages were 5, 9, and 13. Bar Jonah befriended these boys and quickly groomed and started abusing them. It was what these boys told police that finally gave them enough evidence to put Jonah away for good. Investigators also seized notebooks filled with coded writing. With help from the FBI, these codes were eventually unraveled. Inside, Bar Jonah described torturing and cannibalizing children, along with grotesque recipes involving human body parts. On July 5, 2000, Montana authorities charged Bar Jonah with the kidnapping and sexual assault of the 3 boys who lived above him. He was held in Cascade County Jail in Great Falls and pled not guilty. Prosecutors announced that they would seek the death penalty. Before we get into the cannibalism section of this video, I have to say that it's all alleged. There is no proof that he actually ever ate anybody or ever gave anyone else unknowingly human body parts to eat, but it is highly suspected given everything that they found inside of his apartment. Bar Jonah's fixation on cannibalism stretched back to his early childhood. At age 6, he was already picking at scabs until they bled and sucking on them, a habit so disturbing that school staff repeatedly contacted his mother. The behavior continued into adulthood. Guards and inmates in Montana State Prison watched him do the same thing, and one guard even reported seeing him put a scab in his mouth and getting sexually aroused. Going back to his time at Bridgewater State Hospital, he openly discussed fantasies involving torture, dissection, and cannibalism, telling therapists that he was curious about the taste of human flesh. Also, don't forget that he got out of that institution 4 years earlier than he was sentenced. After Zachary Ramsey disappeared, financial records showed that Bar Jonah hadn't purchased any groceries for nearly a month, although he could have used cash or already stocked up on food. But around the same time, he had begun hosting cookouts, and a lot of the people that came to them did report a strange tasting meat. He always brushed it off as it being venison from a deer he supposedly hunted, despite not owning a rifle, license, or have gone hunting at all. Investigators dug deeper and the picture grew increasingly darker. Bar Jonah worked part-time in the kitchens of Maelstrom Air Force Base and at Hardee's in downtown Great Falls, prompting speculation, but never proven, that he could have used those jobs to dispose of evidence. In his apartment, detectives found handwritten recipes titled Little Boy Pot Pie and French Fried Kid, along with journal entries describing serving these dishes to neighbors. A search of a former residence uncovered 21 fragments of human bone buried beneath the garage, later identified as belonging to an unidentified African-American boy between 8 and 13 years old. DNA confirmed the remains were not Zach's, and they didn't match the human hair found in Bar Jonah's kitchen. When investigators attempted to examine the sewer pipes beneath the house, the owner told them that the entire system had been replaced after Bar Jonah moved out because the pipes were constantly clogging. Bar Jonah was ultimately prosecuted on the abduction and molestation of 3 boys and convicted of the kidnapping, aggravated assault, and sexual assault, including charges that he had tortured one of the victims and suspended them from the ceiling. This goes back to the pulley system that was found in his house. In the middle of the proceedings, 38-year-old Mary Patrone recognized Bar Jonah as the man that tried to abduct her in 1974, although the statute of limitations had long since expired. For all of his crimes, Bar Jonah received a 130-year prison sentence, basically life in prison for his crimes, and was in prison until the day that he died. During the later trial on the murder of Zachary Ramsey, Zach's mother testified for the defense, after being convinced by Bar Jonah's attorneys that her son might still be alive. This fact helped sway jurors away from a murder conviction on Bar Jonah. This meant that Bar Jonah was never convicted on the murder of Zachary Ramsey, and what happened to Zach that day is still a mystery. While it might be hard to understand why Zachary's mother testified on the side of the defense, she believed that her son was still alive and didn't want to give up hope, and Bar Jonah was already in prison for 130 years. Montana authorities eventually did acknowledge that they had been unaware of Bar Jonah's extensive criminal history in Massachusetts. a failure that activists pointed out while pushing for stronger sex offender registration laws. Obviously, I don't think the situation was good from the get-go, but I mainly blame Massachusetts for letting Bar Jonah slip through the cracks constantly and then just shipping him off to Montana. In 2004, Bar Jonah tried to appeal his case to the Montana Supreme Court, but luckily they upheld his charges and he still had that 130-year prison sentence. On April 13, 2008, prison staffs found Bar Jonah unresponsive in his cell. He had been in declining health due to his weight, and a postpartum examination revealed severe arterial blockage, and a fatal heart attack was his final cause of death. Bigfoot sightings are notorious all over the US, and they're even more notorious for usually being hoaxes, whether this is a really blurry, out of focus video or photo, or maybe it's just a random Reddit post on the internet. But there are some credible Bigfoot encounters. One I covered was the Theodore Roosevelt story, in which he wrote about a friend of his who back in his younger years apparently ran into a beast. Now, some people say this beast was a goblin, others say it's Bigfoot. More on that in my previous video. Now, there also have been some extremely deadly Bigfoot encounters recently. Well, not necessarily encounters, but it's related. 2 Oregon men decided to look for Bigfoot in Washington, and unfortunately, they both died on their adventure trying to capture, or I guess discover, this beast. Now, this story is deadly and does involve Bigfoot, but it is completely different from these other deadly Bigfoot encounters. Bigfoot didn't kill this person, and this person didn't die trying to find Bigfoot. What happened in this story is much more tragic, silly, and just unfortunate. Just under 13 years ago, about 20 minutes north of where I'm sitting right now, a very tragic and avoidable death occurred on Highway 93 near Kalispell, Montana. This is very interesting to me because I have driven on that highway at least a bajillion times, and I had never heard this story, and even more so when discussing this story with some of the older people in town. People knew about this when it happened 13 years ago. On August 26, 2012, Robert Lee Teenley decided to set out and do the impossible, prove to the entire world that Bigfoot is alive and well in Kalispell, Montana. Now, apparently Teenley was a little bit of a prankster and was known to cause a little bit of a ruckus, but never anything this big. According to his friends and the police, it seemed like he was mulling around the idea of starting up a Bigfoot hoax for a little while, but it was on August 26, 2012, like I said, that he finally decided to set out and go in the middle of the night on Highway 93 near Kalispell, Montana. The most ridiculous part of this entire story is that Teenley's plan was to wear a ghillie suit, you know, the thing that snipers, police, or kids playing paintball will wear to blend into their environment, to purposely not be seen by their enemies. Teenley put that on and decided to hop on the highway where he would pretend to be Bigfoot, walk slowly around the road, and eventually people would start reporting that they're seeing Bigfoot in Kalispell, Montana. Now, I don't know how big Teenley was, but unless he was on stilts, I don't think many people are going to be convinced that a normal-sized guy, unless he's like 6'4", is going to be Bigfoot, for one. But two, wearing the thing to purposely blend in the environment and then staging something where you need to be extremely seen, like that's kind of the whole point, was a bit of an oxymoron and is what got him into trouble. You see, Teenley did not cause any sightings of Bigfoot to be called in that entire night. According to the records, nobody ever claimed to have seen Bigfoot on Highway 93, but what did happen was the police and ambulances were called when Teenley was struck by not one, but 2 teenage girls on Highway 93. Teenley was first hit by a 15-year-old girl driving with her driver's permit, and then he was abruptly struck by a second vehicle with a 17-year-old girl, which has got to have caused a lot of trauma for both of these young women. Now, according to some of the newspapers that I've read and some of the videos that I've watched, it seemed like there was a good chance that he was drinking some Busch Light. Maybe it was Miller Time. I don't know exactly what he was drinking, but alcohol could have been involved, and I think that makes a lot of sense because, let's be honest, we're more likely to do stupid things like dress up in a ghillie suit and walk on the highway after a couple of beers. Apparently, one of the policemen or highway patrol people that came to the site and gave a report said that his idea of dressing up in a ghillie suit just to cause up a commotion about Sasquatch on a dark highway was the dumbest thing that he had ever heard, clearly not holding anything back, talking about how silly of an idea this was.
Another quote that I thought was pretty funny was from the guy that ran the Army-Navy store in Kalispell, which I've been to 1 or 2 times, and it just is a store that sells a whole bunch of military like equipment and stuff like that. And it was the owner saying that he found it very odd that a grown man was buying a ghillie suit, as the typical customer to buy one is actually a kid that wants to play paintball and blend in. And this was an odd case of a grown man buying a ghillie suit, which we now know was to pretend to be Bigfoot for some early YouTube fame.
While it's extremely easy just to make fun of this guy, I do want to say that he is a real person, and although this was an incredibly stupid hoax to try to pull off, going on a dimly lit highway in a low visibility ghillie suit trying to stir some commotion about Bigfoot, he definitely did not deserve to lose his life over such a dumb prank that he probably thought was going to be a good story to tell his drinking buddies. Now, on the other side, I do want to say that the 2 biggest victims in this story are definitely those 2 teenage girls that now have to live with the trauma of being involved with another person's death at such a young age. Of course, that's horrible, and I hope that they're doing really well at this point and they have adjusted and can find it within themselves to drive at night, because I'd be a little freaked out for a while. I wish it could have been longer. I tried to do a deep dive into this topic because I found it, I think, on another YouTube video, and I thought it was kind of funny to talk about, but this was pretty much as in-depth as I could possibly go into this story. Every single news article was pretty much exactly this video. Why did I make it? Because it fits my channel very well, and I thought you specifically might enjoy it.
Anyway, so that's the time Bigfoot was hit by 2 teenage girls in Montana. Have you ever heard of any other crazy Bigfoot or other cryptid hoaxes that have gone completely awry? If you have, let me know in a comment. Hello and welcome to one of the most interesting and dynamic videos I've ever made for this channel. Today I'm going to be talking about a murder case in Glacier National Park. But not only am I talking about it, I actually went on location to where the murder happened, the exact hike that they were on, where unfortunately someone's life was taken far too early. This hike also connects back to one of my favorite largest videos I've ever created for this channel, the Night of the Grizzlies. So because this is such a dynamic video, I'm going to have to separate it into 3 different parts. The first part is an intro and also a little bit of an edited vlog of me going on location to this place. It's going to be about a minute long, and a link to the full vlog is going to be available for members of the channel. I'm mainly doing this because I wanted to provide some extra content for people that wanted to go above and beyond and actually support me further. The main reason why I think it's important to include this little vlog segment is because I'm on a camping trip in Glacier National Park with my wonderful girlfriend, and it can kind of set the tone of a couple hiking in Glacier because, spoiler alert, this murder case happened between a newlywed wife and husband. That being said, this segment of the video, just a vlog in Glacier, isn't super relevant to the story. It's just bonus content for those who want it. And I will say that I'm going to be posting a lot of reels that tie into the vlog on Instagram, so you can follow my Instagram and you can see more of the hike there for free. The second part of the video is me going into details of this murder, this case, the motivations, the conclusion, and the tragedy of it all. The third part of this video is going to be all about the Night of the Grizzlies. Think of it as a 0.5 episode of the Night of the Grizzlies. I'm on location, I'm looking at things, I'm getting a tangible feel for what happened on the Night of the Grizzlies. Since this is the same hike, I wanted to kind of do a deeper dive into it. I already have a very popular video on the Night of the Grizzlies that you guys can check out right after this video. It'll be the first link in the end screen. Tomorrow, me and my wonderful girlfriend are going to be hiking in Glacier National Park, and I am super excited. But unfortunately, I just read a story in my Montana Murders book that went over a newlywed couple doing the exact same hike that we're about to do, where the wife pushed the husband off of the trail and ended up killing him and then lied about it. So I'm going to document this, hopefully not for the authorities, but for your entertainment. So this is going to be a pretty big glacier trip. Buckle up. I hope you guys are ready. Let's get into it.
In the car. Don't put that in. This is our setup. We're car camping because I'm afraid of bears.
So this is our setup for the night. You know, those people with like fancy trucks where they sleep in the bed. We're doing that, but with a mom car. And I didn't know that you could have a fire in Glacier in August, but you can if you buy the firewood at the campsite, so that's kind of sick. That's where we would have our tent. And this is our provisions right here. Of course, we got some beer. We're not going to be playing pickleball, but we do have cookies, food, everything like that. And we're cooking up glizzies tonight, so that's going to be pretty sick. This is like what they give you when you enter the park, but it's going to be used for the fire. This is like homework paper from my time in college, but no notes on this one. Hopefully that stays lit. No bueno.
This gives outdoor boys.
Do we have any cardboard? Oh. If we use actual homework that I wrote on, it'll burn better.
Then we got the fire going. Everybody give them a standing ovation.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's 5 a.m. Just woke up. Shout out Hannah for waking both of us up. We're trying to get to Logan's Pass early, so that's why we're up at 5 a.m. I thought this one would be up, but it's not. And Hannah's coming up. What?
Oh.
I really hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of my vlog. There's going to be B-roll of the hike throughout this entire video, and if you want to see more, consider becoming a member or check out the Instagram for highly edited, quick snippets of the hike itself. Without further ado, I think it's time that we get into one of the most upsetting, tragic murders in Glacier National Park history. Just 8 days after saying I do, Jordan and Cody decided to go for a hike in Glacier National Park. The story goes that already this early into their relationship, they were having a bit of an argument in their home in Kalispell and decided just to get some air, blow off some steam, and do a hike in Glacier. What better way to clear your mind and realize how much that you love and care for somebody than being in one of the most beautiful places in the world. So they decided to do the loop trail, which is right off the Going to the Sun Road, and headed directly towards the Granite Park Chalet, which connects to the High Line. Now the High Line and the loop trails are both extremely steep, and one misstep could leave you tumbling off of a cliff. Now while Jordan originally states that this is how Cody lost his life, tripped, fumbled, fell down this hike, it's very clear from her actions and her changing story that she was lying, and Cody did not accidentally fall to his death. It is crazy to think that just over a week after getting married, one member of this couple would be found dead at the bottom of a ravine, and the other member would be on trial for his murder. When I first came across this story, I read about it in my Montana Murders book. This is a book that goes over 50 of the craziest murders that have taken place in the state of Montana. In this story, the author describes how there have been over 250 deaths in Glacier, but how most of them are accidental, people being unprepared or just unforeseen circumstances, like perhaps someone falling off of a cliff during a hike. That could happen, and it's just an accidental death. However, when investigators looked into Jordan's story, it was clear that something wasn't right here. The biggest issue with Jordan's story is the fact that there wasn't just one story, but there was actually 3 different stories. One that she would tell to the family, one that she would tell to the friends, and then a final one that she would tell investigators. I believe that Jordan thought she was smarter than she actually was and was planning and scheming quite a bit to try to get one over from the investigators. But as you'll see, I don't think Jordan was quite that bright. Jordan and Cody got engaged in December of 2012, and then by June 2013, they were married together. Just 9 days after they got married, Cody's friends realized that he wasn't showing up to work and they could not get in contact with him, so they called police and started the investigation on Cody Johnson's disappearance. Now, Jordan's story cracks pretty much immediately. Originally, she tells Jordan's family that he was out with friends on July 7th. Now, we know from later stories that this is completely untrue. What makes this even more suspect is she then goes to the police and in their interview says something completely different. She tells the police that her and Cody went to go get food with some friends, and then later in the night, a strange car with strange people that she didn't recognize picked up Cody and they drove off into the night. From there, that's the last that Jordan supposedly had seen Cody. I think it's pretty important to highlight that Jordan didn't even call the police, didn't try to make up a convincing story about this accident that occurred in Glacier National Park. She made up 2 bogus stories and told 2 different groups of people those bogus stories, which of course is going to get you caught extremely quick. But she wasn't just doing these quick, off-the-cuff lies to different people, deny. She actually had a plan and schemed quite a bit after killing Cody. With these timelines not adding up whatsoever, it was only a matter of time before police actually got the truth out of Jordan in an interview, where she eventually admitted that she was the one to push Cody off of a cliff. But it goes further than Jordan simply lying to police and to family members. She had a cartoonishly bizarre plan to get away with Cody's murder. Jordan actually invented fake people and then had those fake people email her about their interactions with Cody. See, one of her stories was that a distant friend named Tony took Cody out on this hiking trip, and then Tony told Jordan that Cody fell off of the cliff, basically removing her from the crime scene, adding another person to put accountability on who just doesn't exist. Now, obviously, it's not very hard for police to go in and check emails and see, hey, this account was just created and it's only messaged to you. And I'm guessing the login was probably on her own computer. So that was clearly a ridiculous lie, trying to get blame away from her, basically so she could say, hey, I was never even on this hike. Now, if that sounds ridiculous, that's because it was, and the investigators were on to her about it pretty much immediately. So with that confession, Jordan was moved down to Missoula, where she was tried for the murder of Cody Johnson. She told the courts that ever since she got married or even engaged to Cody, she wanted out of their relationship. Apparently, she had extreme senses of anxiety and feeling trapped within this relationship and marriage to Cody, which is pretty evident by the fact that she barely lasted over a week in marriage with him. Yet, instead of trying to work on their problems together, or maybe get out of the marriage that she had just gotten into, she decided that the only solution was to take Cody out. Now, this is what she told the courts about the day of the murder. Apparently, they were in a heated argument in their home in Kalispell, and she had the idea to cool off by taking a hike in Glacier National Park, which makes some sense. Get out there, get fresh air into your body, get some blood pumping with someone that matters to you, maybe make an emotional connection and realize that your problems weren't all that important in the first place. However, I think it can definitely be argued that she was setting a trap for Cody, luring him onto a steep hike where she can, in private, easily dispose of her problems. Now, she says somewhere on the loop trail, which is pretty much just a steep incline all the way up, apparently their argument started to flare up again. In the midst of this argument, Cody grabbed her arm. From there, in a split-second reaction, she decided to shove him after he grabbed her. This led to him tumbling off of a cliff, where he eventually would lose his life. From there, she drove back home, made up those fake email accounts to hopefully give her an alibi, and then went to sleep like nothing happened. And like I mentioned earlier in the story, she didn't call the police. It was actually Cody's friends that alerted the police to the situation and that Cody was missing. Now, personally, I don't think that this story really adds up, mainly because it says the way that she pushed Cody was that she used both of her arms and pushed his back. Now, that's pretty hard to do to someone that just grabbed you in a split-second decision. Like, they should be grabbed and facing each other. It doesn't make sense for him to be facing the opposite direction, where then he got shoved full force with two hands on his back, which makes it seem like this was more premeditated and there wasn't a heat split-second decision. There was maybe an argument and then a calculated decision to push him off, or taking it a step further, they might not have even have argued on the hike at all. They argued before, she lured him on the hike, and then when she got to a good spot where she thought she could get rid of him, she did. Now, if Cody's friends didn't report him missing, it could have been a lot longer before Jordan ever acknowledged that Cody wasn't around anymore. In the time of finding out that Cody was missing and the police interviewing her, she came up with at least 3 different stories, hopefully the last one being close to the truth, where they got in an argument and she split second decided to push him off the cliff. However, I think it could be argued that it was probably pre-calculated and premeditated. In the end, the court decided to sentence her to 30 years in prison. She pled guilty to this, but denied that she had planned the murder out before stepping foot on the hike, and it was just a split-second act of passion. However, when you take a step back and look at the whole picture, the lies, the scheming, the arguments, and the fact that she felt trapped in a marriage that lasted just over a week, I think it's safe to say that the result of the hike was planned before they even stepped foot on the trail. Now, since I actually have been on the loop trail just last week, I can tell you that personally, if I was going to push somebody off in Glacier, I would have done it on the high line. Seems more reliable. The loop trail actually is only steep for part of it, where the rest of it, like, there's still a drop incline, but it's not like, oh, I'm going to die. There's just a slight incline. There's even actually a wooded area that is much chiller than either the high line or the loop is. So there's a very small window in the loop where you can probably get away with pushing someone to their death, although it is a very scary thing to think about. Whereas on the high line, if Hannah wanted to, she could have pushed me off many locations, and I would have had a prettier death. So that was kind of the worst part of her plan. I can't believe that she did it on the loop and not the high line. What are you thinking, lady? She really must not have loved him. Now, while I think it's a perfectly reasonable conclusion to think that she premeditated this murder, took him out to the trail on purpose to then push him off, especially how she describes him yanking her arm and then her pushing him, because it just doesn't physically line up in a way that makes sense for it to be a split-second decision. Also, it said in her court case that she pled guilty, but then took it back and was like, no, I'm not actually guilty. It just shows that she is completely unreliable. And that right there is pretty much the whole story of Jordan Graham pushing and taking the life of Cody Johnson on the Loop Trail in Glacier National Park. Personally, I think that Jordan just thought she was smarter than she actually was, and she really thought that the best way to get out of her marriage was to take the life of her partner and claim it was an accident. She had some pretty crazy plots, especially with the email making someone up completely just for her story to work out, which if you've looked in any true crime case, I think it's pretty obvious that that was never going to work out and it was going to be found super easily by law enforcement. Now I have to throw it back over to you guys. Do you think Jordan came into the hike with a plan, or do you think that this was just an act of passion, a mistake that cost her 30 years of her life and Cody Johnson his entire life? All right, now let's take a couple minutes to talk about the Granite Park Chalet. It was honestly so cool to be there after making a whole 50-minute documentary on the Night of the Grizzlies, which, if you didn't know, was a tragic night where 2 19-year-old girls were mauled to death by 2 separate bears in 2 separate camping locations in Glacier National Park. One of them being at the Granite Park Chalet, the other being at Trout Lake, or Lake Trout. I always get that backwards. The chalet itself was a hike and a half to get to. Either you go up the loop path, which is what Cody and Jordan were doing, which is super steep, all the way through 4 miles. Or you could take the High Line, which is 7.5 miles, but it's relatively flat. But oh my goodness, Hannah and I did this. It was 14 miles total for us because we meandered a little bit, and I was freaking sore. So it is a hike and a half to get to the chalet. And it seems like you can still, to this day, stay there over the night. I'm sure you have to reserve this online months ahead of time, but you can stay in the chalet, which is pretty sweet. It was actually closed while we were there. You were allowed to go inside. I signed a little hiker's journal, and there was plenty of people around, but the actual storefront where they would sell you chips and water and soda and all that stuff, which was cool that they had that. I didn't know that they would have that. Opened at noon, and we were there at like 11. So we're just, we're not going to wait an hour. We're going to keep going. Well, it was really cool to be at the chalet, and the views are absolutely amazing. Do not get me wrong. The views are insane. Definitely do the hike just for the views. But when we were at the chalet, there were so many people around. I kind of just wanted to get out of there. I didn't want to film a whole bunch while I'm just messing around in this building with people around and bothering them. That's just not really my vibe. So we hiked down because I saw a sign that showed off the Granite Park Chalet Campground, which in the story, that's where the bear attack happened. It happened in a campground. Now, I can't be certain if it was the same campground where the bear attack occurred because this was 50 plus years ago. So things easily could have changed, and the Night of the Grizzlies did change a lot of the operation system within Glacier National Park. So it could have been a completely separate campground, but it was really cool to even just go there, check it out, see what the conditions of the area were. And maybe it's just because I knew so much about the story. When it was Hannah and I walking around that campsite, I was actually a little freaked out. I had my bear spray out. Yeah, it was sick being there. It was a little further away than I would have imagined their campsite being, just hearing about the story from different podcasts, documentaries, and articles. The campsite did seem a little bit further than what I would have imagined, but I mean, it would make sense why it was such a trek to go get these injured parties that were attacked by the bears during the Night of the Grizzlies. Unfortunately, this is literally like 11 miles into the hike, and Hannah and I were extremely tired. We also had limited storage space on the GoPro, so I wrapped it up and I didn't record anymore. I literally recorded a spot where I think it would make sense for someone to be pushed and fall to their death. As soon as I got that, I stopped recording and I just enjoyed the hike. This was literally mile like 11, 12, 13, 14, so I was super tired and I was like, I can't record anymore. But I do really hope that you enjoyed this video. It was interesting talking about a true crime case that was so personal, and I like that it connected to Glacier National Park, and it gave me a reason to go see the Granite Park Chalet, which is part of this channel's largest video, which means so much to me. Like I mentioned at the beginning, follow my Instagram if you want to see more stuff about the hike, or you can become a member of this channel, which is a paid subscription, and you can see the entire vlog. Anyway, guys, if you are interested in learning more about the Night of the Grizzlies, I highly recommend that you watch the video right frickin' now. And as always, have a fantastic day.
Thank you guys for making it all the way to the end of this video. I can't believe that you stuck around this far. I'm serious. This has to be like 1% of the people that watch this video got to this point right here. Since you made it this far, shout out my merch. I got these awesome hats, absolutely in love with these, and hoodies and shirts, all that fun stuff. But if you're here, I just appreciate you watching the whole video. So if you could leave a like, that'd be awesome, and subscribe, because it's pretty much guaranteed that you'll like what I make next if you watched 4 hours of this video. Anyway, thank you for being with me, and have a fantastic day.